welcome everyone. I'm Aisha Piotti, and it's my great pleasure to have you with us for the third day of our 2022 AI Policy Summit. During the course of the last 2 days, we have actually listened to fascinating exchange of views on how we can balance innovation with building trust in AI, using policy as a tool. We have also explored not only the implications of AI within the justice system, but also how we can harness the power of AI to improve the lives of people, especially in the developing world, including in Africa, Middle East, and in India. Today, we'll be turning to the third theme of our summit, which is AI and democracy. Today's program features 2 panel discussions, one on the interaction of AI with democratic values and fundamental rights, and the other on AI and democratic engagement. We will have also an interactive session with MEP Axel Voss from the European Parliament on the EU AI draft, starting today at 5 p.m. Swiss time. Now, I urge you to check out the full agenda of the conference on our website, which will give you a complete overview of all the discussions for today as well as for tomorrow. Tomorrow, during the hybrid day of our event, we will explore the last 2 themes of this year, which are AI and the future of work, and how we can build bridges between regions and stakeholders to ensure that AI serves us all without infringing on our fundamental rights. Now, for those of you who might be joining us only today, I wanted to also share again some of the remarks I had shared at the kickoff on Monday to give some context to the discussions that will follow. When we started our journey together 3 years ago on this project, our vision was to build a global discussion platform that leverages on the Swiss culture of inclusiveness and transparency, our excellence in research and innovation, and our unique credibility in the geopolitical space to build trust and maximize the adoption of AI. Our idea was to bring leading multidisciplinary experts from around the world to share their experience and knowledge with the Swiss AI ecosystem on AI policy, and of course, also to explore the role we can play to achieve our common goal of building trustworthy AI. I'm delighted to inform you that we feel humbled to have made great strides in achieving some of those initial goals. For our summit this year, we have registered participants from 81 different countries, representing every single continent except Antarctica, a clear testament to the global interest in this topic. Our global community of experts is also ever growing. During this week, you have the chance to listen to and interact with policymakers, business leaders, academics, innovators, and representatives of civil society from around the world. Now, based on the feedback from our last 2 events, it became clear to us that whilst raising awareness and increasing engagement on AI policy was an area we could clearly contribute towards, it was equally important that we broaden the geographic inclusiveness of this dialogue. So the agenda for this year's summit reflects this feedback. In addition to latest developments in the EU and the US, this year's summit features expert contributions from India, Singapore, various countries in Africa, including Tanzania, Egypt, and Kenya, and from Mexico and Brazil in Latin America. For today's theme of AI and democracy, I'm particularly excited to have an incredible set of speakers representing the Swiss government, the Swiss Parliament, the OECD, IBM, Future of Life Institute, Meta Oversight Board, Algorithm Watch, Center for AI Digital Policy, as well as DiploFoundation, to ensure a truly inclusive debate. I will now pass the floor to my colleague, Professor Elliot Ash, from ET at Zurich Center for Law and Economics, who can also share a few thoughts about this year's event from his perspective. Elliot?
Thank you, Aisha, and thanks to all of you for joining, not just today, but the last couple of days, which are very interesting, and hopefully see you tomorrow and perhaps later. I'm Elliot Ash. I'm a professor at ETH Zurich Center for Law and Economics. As some of you saw a quick preview of yesterday, my work uses data science and economics to understand human as well as machine decision-making, in particular in the case of judges and the law. At the Center for Law and Economics more broadly, we have a diverse group of researchers exploring the legal and economic aspects of technology and policy. We also work with the ETH AI Center on the Legal Tech Initiative of regulatory issues. I'm happy to help represent the academic side of the collaboration underlying this AI Policy Summit. Our goals are to understand how policymakers and entrepreneurs make decisions and to help support such decisions, in particular about AI. At ETH Zurich, we think researchers should contribute not just to technology of AI, but also the policy of AI. If you're interested in the academic side of these issues, I recommend the upcoming workshop in AI plus economics, which starts on Friday and is organized by my colleague Sergio Goletta. We have an in-person event on Friday and Saturday, and it will also be streamed online. So please check out the website to register for that and get the link. Thanks again for all joining today, and back to Aisha.
Thank you, Elliot. Now, before I introduce the next session, I just wanted to remind our audience that our event offers a unique and neutral platform for people representing different walks of life to discuss in an open and respectful manner, as well as to find solutions. And your views are very important for us, and we wish for these discussions to be as interactive as possible. So please do participate in the Q&A sessions, use the chat functions on Zoom, and help us to ensure that your voice is heard. Please also note that as a participant, you will get access to all follow-up summaries, as well as selected recordings of the sessions. Lastly, we'd be very happy if you shared your impressions of the AI Policy Summit on social media, mainly on Twitter and LinkedIn, using our hashtag AI Policy Summit 2022. I will now pass the floor to Merv Hickok from the Center of AI and Digital Policy to kick off our very first panel discussion of today on AI, democratic values, and fundamental rights. Merv, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Thank you, Elliot. It's great to be here. I'm really honored to be part of this great conference as well. So let me start by introducing our panelists first. Not that any of them need any introduction, but I still want to go ahead and provide a very short intro. My name is Mary Hickok. I'm the chair and research director at Center for AI and Digital Policy. CIIDP is a global think tank with education, advisory, and advocacy pillars, with a mission to ensure AI and digital policies promote a better society, more fair, more just, more accountable, a world where technology promotes broad social inclusion based on fundamental rights, democratic institutions, and the rule of law. So hopefully that makes sense why why I'm hosting this and moderating this panel. But I'm really excited and honored to be joined today by some fantastic panelists. And let me go ahead and provide you with some details about their background and experience and why they are some amazing people to be talking about AI, democratic values, and fundamental rights today. Thomas Schneider, Ambassador and Director of International Affairs at the Swiss Federal Office of Communications. He's a long-standing expert in digital governance and in the governance of information and knowledge society and AI. Since 2020, he is the Vice Chair of OECD's Committee for Digital Economy Policy and Vice Chair of the Council of Europe's Steering Committee on Media and Information Society, which he chaired from 2018 to 2019. Thomas Schneider, since the beginning of this year, is also the chair of the Council of Europe's Committee on AI. Angela Miller, she's the head of policy and advocacy at Algorithm Watch and Algorithm Watch Switzerland. Angela manages Algorithm Watch activities at a national and international level. In Switzerland, she's responsible for entire policy advocacy work for the organization. In addition, she covers horizontal regulations, particularly the work of Council of Europe and the EU's AI Act. Mark Rottenberg, President and founder of Center for AI and Digital Policy. He's a leading expert in data protection, open government, and AI policy, and has served on many international advisory panels, including OECD AI Group of Experts. Mark helped draft the Universal Guidelines for AI, which is a widely endorsed human rights framework for regulation of AI. He's also the author of several textbooks, including 2020 AI Policy Sourcebook and Privacy and Society book. He teaches privacy law and GDPR at Georgetown Law. Next, we have Jean-Marc Leclerc. He joined IBM's Government and Regulatory Affairs team in 2015, where he coordinates IBM's engagement on EU policy issues. Jean-Marc is the chair of Policy Committee at the Business Software Association and chair of Digital Economy Committee at the American Chamber of Commerce to the EU. Before joining IBM, he was policy director at Digital Europe between 2013 and 2015. And last but not least, Celine Cairo. Celine is an AI economist and policy analyst at OECD. Before joining OECD, Celine worked as senior policy advisor to the Canadian Federal Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, where she provided strategic policy advice to the minister on issues including innovation policy, COVID-19 economic recovery, and vaccine biomanufacturing, foreign direct investment, intellectual property, and more. Celine has worked across federal, provincial, and municipal governments, NGOs, and multiple United Nations organizations, including World Intellectual Property Organization. As Aisha mentioned, we do want the discussion to be as engaging as possible, and would like to remind you that we're looking forward to your participation. So I'll try to engage your questions as much as possible, and also make sure that I leave time at the end to further conversations. But without further ado, welcome to my panelists, and I'd like to kick it off. I don't know, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. It's 4 a.m. where I am. I had to do a last minute travel, so apologies if I'm looking a bit sleepy today as well. But with that, let me start with a round question, and I would like to get some feedback from all of our panelists. When we say fundamental rights, rule of law, it's easier to list those, enumerate those, but when it comes to democratic values, it's not so easy. One, it is not every country is a democracy, but even within democratic countries, there is always this conversation of what it is not. So I would like to ask each of you what your understanding is of democratic values. And the follow-up question would be, what would be considered some infringements and impact on democratic values from your perspective? And maybe Angela, I kick off with you if you don't mind.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot for the invitation. Thanks for having me. And also hello to my fellow co-panelists. It's great to be here. Yeah, big question to kick it off, but very important one, of course. I think it's important to say that what democratic values is not only is a procedure of the majority deciding over minorities, because there's much more to democracy than that procedural aspect. I think there are substantial preconditions on which democracies are built. And of course, fundamental rights and the rule of law, what you just mentioned, are among these substantial preconditions. But what does that mean? Fundamental rights try to protect human dignity, human autonomy, human freedom, but also considerations of justice. So, the majority deciding over the minority also includes substantial preconditions as to how do we protect minorities, for example. So I think this is important to say that democracy is much more than a procedure. It is really substantial values, as you said, behind it. And I think especially when we talk about the use and governance of technologies, it's important to say, it's not just about finding some majority decisions, but really about compliance with these values in the first place, so that this equips us with the means to really democratically design governance frameworks. And for that, I think it's important that this is a debate in which we all participate. It's not a debate where only data scientists can participate, but it's really a debate about rights, about power, about autonomy, justice, and so on in our society. And I think we need everyone at the table for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for kicking us, Angela, for being the first one to go. Celine, can I get to you? What is your understanding of democratic values?
Sure. Thank you, Merv, and hello, everyone. And thank you, Merv, for waking up so early for this important discussion as well. So indeed, a big question, and I agree with so much of what Angela said. But maybe I'll answer this question from the perspective of the OECD, and also provide a little bit of context around what the OECD is and its interesting historical background. So, the OECD was born out of World War II from the Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Europe. And it was based on a consensus vision that policy matters and better policy can indeed lead to better lives. And these countries that came together, we have 38 countries, they're democratic market economies with shared values. And how that relates to the question of democracy, and particularly how democratic values relate to AI, that really manifested, and we'll get into this more in the discussion today, in 2019 when experts came together and it culminated in the OECD AI recommendation, which was at the time the first intergovernmental standard on AI. And so this kind of embedded values, including democracy, and including it aimed to create a definition of AI, which is an incredibly difficult thing to do, which again we'll get into on the panel. And it essentially espoused principles in how AI actors should respect the rule of law, human rights, democratic values, but throughout the AI system lifecycle. And building off what Angela said, to be more specific, these are fundamental rights like freedom, dignity, autonomy, privacy, non-discrimination, and fairness are some that we hear. And so, infringing on these rights gives rise for the need for safeguards in the context of artificial intelligence. And so, concretely put, this could mean the capacity for human review of a decision made by an AI system, or transparency and explainability into what we call the black box, for instance. So these are just some opening thoughts, but we'll get into it more. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Merv.
Thank you for your comments, and we'll definitely get in. Thomas, maybe I jump to you next. What is your understanding of democratic values?
Thank you, and hello to everybody, and I'm happy to be with you. Well, let me challenge my Swiss compatriot and say that for me, democracy is definitely not mainly majorities deciding over minorities, but it's basically the idea that people have the right to self-determine how they live, to the extent possible, to the extent that whatever they do and decide has no negative impact on others. And so that does not necessarily always have to mean that 51% decide over 49%. There can also be consensus decisions that are taken, so that you discuss as long as until everybody is willing to accept the decision. And of course, that implies several elements like the right to take an informed decision. So to know what you're deciding about, the right to also review a decision, and in particular, of course, what is very important for us in this country, in Switzerland, is that you have the subsidiarity principle. So it's the question is who takes what decision. So it's not necessarily the whole country that has to decide over every detail of where people live in a valley and how they live their lives. So the principle of subsidiarity, that those take a decision that are actually affected by it, and not necessarily others that are not affected by it, that can be culturally or even economically. So there are several elements of democracy. Of course, some binary decisions have to be taken yes or no, but most of the time it's in the gray zones where you try to live up to the expectations of different ideas, of different views in a society about how to live. So I would say it's definitely much more than a majority ruling over a minority, but it's trying to give everybody the possibility to decide him or herself about how they want to live. I'll stop here for the time being. We'll probably get to it late.
Thank you so much for that. Mark, I would like to jump to you. What is your understanding?
Well, it's a great question for us because, of course, when we launched our report on artificial intelligence and democratic values, we began with an assessment of what we meant by democratic values. And we looked at certain characteristics like public participation and transparency, independent decision-making, protection of fundamental rights. There are 12 characteristics, in fact, in our report on AI and democratic values, and we've used that to evaluate countries' AI policies and practices. But in fairness, I have to say, particularly living now in Washington, maybe our list was incomplete because, of course, a critical requirement for democracy is the peaceful transition of power. And a couple of years later, I think I would add that one to the list as well.
Do we see Merv? What's happened there? Got a great set of panelists, but Diplo team, do we see Merv? Did she just fall out or?
Yeah, she accidentally fall out from the Zoom.
All right, let's just give her 2 minutes to join. It's rather odd. I don't know, Mark, if you have her telephone number or something to see what's going on.
I can drop her an email, but I don't
Okay.
don't have her number.
All right. Just give us 1 second for us to look into what's going on. Otherwise, why don't we just, I'll take over. I think we should just continue. So maybe we can, at this point, maybe bring in Jean-Marc. Are you there? Jean-Marc Leclerc? If you can perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you are, Merv. We lost you for a second.
I lost internet. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, glad that you're back.
I'm doubting whether to ask Mark to repeat, but I'm not going to go have the entire audience to go through it again. But let me go to Jean-Marc and continue from there. And apologies for that.
Hi, Merv. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Well, I think the colleagues have said a lot of right things there. What I would say is, and they've listed all the, what we generally understand by the democratic values and the type of rights that come out of these values historically. And I completely agree with Angela and the other participants that it's not just about procedures, although procedures are important because procedures mean laws and how we protect those rights, enforce those rights that come out of the democratic values that the colleagues have listed. And it's interesting to have the conversation at the moment, especially here in Europe, where we have some tensions around some of those values or how they're interpreted. We have this debate, I'm sure you're following too, on the rule of law in Europe and how there are different interpretations of the values and how some of those values or the rights that come out of those values can, well, sometimes maybe clash or have different interpretations. If you take the freedom of speech and the democratic decision making on one hand, and on the other hand, you have equality, inclusiveness, the independence of the justice system. So these are all values and rights from those values that are a bit clashing in Europe at the moment, very much between governments. It's an interesting debate. But to put it back in the context of technology and AI, I think it's the same thing. The challenge to me may not just be about what the democratic values exactly are. We can have endless lists, but more how the rights which historically emerged out of these values, and in some countries were adopted, constitutionally, can be protected when they are challenged either by other interests. Some would call them greater interests, broader interests, or interests of the general public, and with technology in the middle of that mix. So that's really the question I'm interested in as well. And maybe I don't know. It's a personal opinion, but it's very much the Western debate. Being from Western Europe myself, it's embedded maybe naturally in my DNA what I think are democratic values, because I've just been swimming in it all my life. Is it the same on other continents, in other cultures? I'm not sure, but there's definitely, I think, a cultural element to this.
That's why I wanted to kind of ask the question as well. And to your point, Jean-Marc, even without the technology, we are having enough problems protecting the fundamental rights, rule of law, and democratic values in different contexts. And adding emerging technologies or technologies with great speed and impacts on great and speed and scale adds a whole different element of it. I want to kind of continue with you on the next question, though. You coming from a corporate background, private background, what would you consider within all these challenges with technologies, especially on AI? What do you consider the role of corporations in protecting these values, or should there be a role?
Oh, there definitely is a role, or should be a role, but I think this role is already there, because I see this very much linked to in the context of technology, to the broader topic of trust and trust in technology. Because I think, if you look at the market, and I hear my colleagues mention this more and more, I think we've moved from wanting technology that just works to technology that not only works, but which can also be trusted. And so I think more and more companies understand that they have, how could I call it, a moral objective as well on top of commercial objectives. But by the way, these moral objectives can serve commercial objectives, and maybe this sounds bad, but I think that trust is now a business. The more trustworthy you are, probably you'll do better on the market as well. So there's an interest as well, a commercial interest to be trustworthy, if I can mention it like this, on the market. But and this is all about the ethics in the world of technology. So companies, I think, are more and more expected to prove that they are responsible, and that what they put on the market, the technologies that they put on the market, can be trusted. So I think it's been a journey. IBM and other companies, I think, have started with principles. But now the point is, one, to put those principles into practice, because we can have theoretical conversations about this for hours, but I think more and more society expects to see this in practice. And also how, as a company, we can advocate for government policies that align with these principles and these practices. And so the whole thing is to, I think, for companies to embed this ethical thinking into what we do, into our governance structures. It's not just on the products. It's how we talk about it and enforce those ethical principles throughout the company, from developers to sales to communications and marketing. It has to be across the board. I can give you a few examples if I can take one more minute on that. This journey from principles to practices. In the context of AI in particular, I think we were one of the first companies to establish an ethics board. That it's not just a few high-ranking executives sitting in a room and discussing ethics. It's about a board that actually has a power when, say, for example, and I have a good example in the context of the COVID crisis, when developers in the companies come up with a project which can have some risks from an ethical perspective. This board is consulted and has a say on this. And when we were, at the hot moments of the COVID restrictions, you had to balance that. And we've had quite a few instances where the board was consulted with questions such as, we would like to help this government with this COVID pass, or that kind of technology. Are the guardrails that we have in the software enough to protect people's privacy, their health data, cross-border transfers of data? Do we have the right safeguards? This type of question. This goes to our ethics board. So it's a board with operational value and competence. So this is just.
I hear that you're kind of looking into the living the transition.
Yeah.
Into making the trust, as you mentioned, trust your business, and trying to make that possible. Angela, I would like to switch over to you. Algorithm Watch has been looking at a lot of instances where governments use this AI technologies or corporate technologies. Coming from your angle, from where you see it, is there a role, or should there be a role for corporations in protecting the fundamental rights and democratic values?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. Traditionally, fundamental rights are something the individual has towards the state. That is the traditional concept of fundamental rights. I think today it's clear that the obligation to respect, meaning not to violate fundamental rights, is something that also binds private actor. Clear, it's not legally clear. So there's a huge debate going on business and human rights. But I think there is some common understanding on that. At the same time, obliging corporations also to protect fundamental rights against violations by third actors, or to oblige them to work towards fulfilling fundamental rights, is also of course, partly dangerous move, because we don't actually want actors to be charged with these very important tasks and obligations that have other interests beyond serving the individual, that have their particular private interests. These are institutions that are not democratically governed or governed by the rule of law. So I think that's important to have in mind. It's not just the concept of fundamental rights cannot, as such, just be adopted for corporations too. Of course, they always set important limits and should be the benchmark against which we assess conduct. But I think that also means we cannot depend on the developer, for example, of an AI system to make a system fully compliant and ethical and responsible by design, because I think there's a limit to what you can do also at the technical level. On the one hand, because the risks that come with the systems also heavily depend on the context of the use of a system. And so that's not something you can really consider at the technical level, or not fully consider. but also because I think we should not have to rely on, say, the goodwill of private actors. Of course, it's great if they adopt self-regulation and so on, but we should actually be able in a democratic society to rely on our legal norms and to rely on them being enforced by institutions that are in compliance with the rule of law. So I don't mean that, you know, initiatives by corporations are not important, and we definitely need that, and we definitely need that debate. But at the same time, we should be aware of where the limits are, and that it's actually us as a society that should be the ones setting the governance frameworks within which the corporations can then offer their products and services, and we can use the system. Yeah. Thank you. I see that Thomas has a comment on that.
No, I would like to go to Thomas. As I hear you, you mentioned two things. One, rights for the corporations, and then the second piece was self-governance. It should not be rather self-governance, but we should be setting the expectations and the requirements from the corporations to ensure that these rights are protected, the rights of the individual and democratic values is protected. But Thomas, let me go to you and hear your intervention.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to react to some of what has been said. Of course, we all know that there are these the RegHorizon principles, the UN guidelines on business and human rights. But as Angela has just said, and we know that there is a number of self-regulatory frameworks based on principles that companies give themselves. But of course, there's also legislation in every country that basically gives a framework to businesses, what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. And this is also nothing new with regard to AI. Such regulation comes with every technology. So you have when it's about aviation or cars or health instruments, you have safety regulation, you have consumer protection regulation that gives a framework to what businesses are allowed to do or not to do. In some cases, you also have like competition regulation in the sense that it's not allowed to make false promises or give false fact about a product or a service that you're selling. So there's a number of regulation that there is. And of course, with all countries in Europe that have, and this is different from those European countries that have signed up to the Human Rights Convention of the Council of Europe, states have positive obligations to protect not just consumer rights, but basically human rights of their citizens, and they are bound to develop a regulation that protects the rights of their citizens also against infringements by private actors. And if you're not as a citizen, you think that your rights are not protected, you may sue your government for not protecting your rights. So this system is now 70 or a little bit more than 70 years old now, and it's quite working quite well in countries outside Europe. There is not there's not such a court like we have in Europe, but there are other ways, the constitutional rights to some extent at least, that people can enforce their rights or at least have some ways to work on businesses to respect their rights. So it's depending on the country, it may differ, but normally there's quite a sophisticated system of regulation that at least to some extent respects and helps people that businesses also respect their human and other rights. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Thomas, and I totally agree. You know, we're not inventing the wheel again and again, and it shouldn't come as a surprise when we're talking in the context of AI that we're also looking at regulations and in terms of protecting fundamental rights and protecting the rights of the citizens, and to a certain extent the communities as well. I think there's also work to do in maybe expanding that definition for the communities, but that's another conversation. Mark, what would you like to contribute to this discussion? That's
there's a positive way to understand the relationship between the protection of rights and the role of the private sector, and that is to think about the way in which innovation occurs within the context of a good legal framework. Certainly, this has been the experience through the era of environmental protection, where regulations forced companies to be more efficient in their production and more respectful of the environment. And we see that today with the production of electric vehicles. It's regulation that oftentimes enables innovation. And we see this in the digital space as well, with new technologies that help protect privacy and allow people to engage in commerce and communication without the risk that a lot of personal data would be disclosed to others. So, properly understood, I think law and the private sector together help advance the protection of fundamental rights.
Absolutely. And just looking at, apologies, looking at the history and what's at the table right now in terms of AI, I would like to shift the conversation to some of the current developments and current, some of us and all of us maybe are working in. We have starting from 2019, the OECD AI principles, currently the EU AI Act being discussed, Council of Europe drafting the AI Convention. Last year, around this time, UNESCO, 193 countries adopted UNESCO's recommendations on AI. And only last week, here in US, we've seen the launch of the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. So there are now multiple frameworks that we're discussing, seeing convergences and divergences across the many. And maybe starting with one of those, Thomas, if I can start with you, can you give us a current status of the work of the Council of Committee? And obviously there are some developments that have hit the news as well. Maybe if you can give us the current state and what you see as the future of the work.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Sometimes your voice is a little bit breaking, so I hope that you all can understand me. If not, let me know. Well, the Council of Europe, for those that know it, is an intergovernmental organization where now 46, almost all, with two exceptions, basically members of the countries of geographical Europe are members. It's more comparable to the UN than to a supranational institution like the European Union, because it's developing standards and on three pillars. One is democracy, the other one is human rights, and the third one is rule of law. Three elements of what we consider like basic values of European values for free societies that are interlinked. And this is, let's say, the unique one of the unique features of the Council of Europe, that it is with this structure, it is actually possible to develop regulatory frameworks or legal frameworks that are coherent with these three regards. And it has, as I've said before, it does have a court where every citizen in a member state of the Council of Europe can challenge a decision or an action by a state in order to make sure that his rights are respected. So this is the bigger general framework. And the Council of Europe has already in the past few years developed a number of instruments regarding artificial intelligence. So there has been soft law on the use of AI in the judicial system, on AI data protection, on algorithmic systems impact on human rights in the digital world in general, or more specific with regard to freedom of expression and the media system. So there has already been sectorial work at the Council of Europe, like others have done, the OECD and so on, in this regard. What the committee that I am currently chairing is now doing, it has the mandate to develop a transversal instrument, an instrument that is applicable to all development, design, and application of AI systems based on the Council of Europe's existing standards on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. So it's trying to develop and like we have the Convention on Human Rights, something that is actually close or close to the level of principles like the ones you have in the Human Rights Convention, but with a specific focus on AI, but general enough so that it's applicable to all uses of AI in all sectors. And the important addition to what you to developing such a legal instrument is that this instrument should be conducive to innovation. So it's not meant to hinder economic or social progress. It's meant to be favoring and fostering such progress, but within a framework that respects the fundamental rights of democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And it is also, again, meant to be complementary to instruments that are more specific, that go more into detail in a particular sector, be it the use of AI in the health system or in education or in the automotive industry or whatever. So it's meant to cover the principles that should be applied to all applications. That should not be then in contradiction to what you develop or what the Council of Europe or other institutions on national levels may be developed with regard to particular sectoral instruments. And so in June this year, it has been decided by the Committee of Ministers that these legal instruments should have the form of a binding instrument of a convention. Whether this will be called convention or framework convention is something that is still under discussion. But the idea is that it should be general enough that it can be applied and transformed and respected in legal systems with a certain variation. So it's meant not just to be an instrument like the AI Act of the European Union, that is, of course, a legislative piece that is applicable to 27 member states. It's meant the Council of Europe's, the hope that we have is to develop a convention that is actually of a global reach, that also countries that are not part of the European Union or not even part or members of the Council of Europe may also sign up to, and thus helps to establish a global standard on a principle level on the development, design, and application of AI. So we also do have a number of countries already now participating in the work of the committee of the CAI that are not from Europe, that are not members of the Council of Europe, but observers, and they also work together with us on such an instrument. So this is an important, I think, expectation of all participating, that whatever we develop may be useful as a global guidance and not just for the United States of the Council of Europe. So where we stand now is that we do have, we've had 2 plenary meetings now, the last one a few weeks ago in September, end of September. We do have a 0 draft, which is basically, it's not the first draft yet, it's a 0 draft. This is how we call it, in order to show as an example to the members and observers what could be the elements of such a convention, what are the principles, what is the level of abstractness or the level of details that such an instrument reasonably should have. And then a second important element of this is something that we call HUDERIA. It is human rights, democracy, and rule of law impact assessment that should actually help then countries that sign up to this convention to basically to implement this and create also some guidance and clarity about how to measure impact, how to decide when a risk or an impact is of a kind that action is needed. And of course, there are several layers to risks. We also know, of course, that the draft AI Act that is around is also based on a system of classifying risks. And depending on how high the risk of an application is considered, then there's different consequences or different measures that need to be fulfilled. So there's a similar logic, although we try to put the stress, maybe compared to the EU AI Act, a little bit less on an ex ante risk assessment, but a little bit more on a ex post impact assessment, of course, knowing that if you do these assessments regularly, of course, the impact assessment of past experience turns into the risk assessment of future experience. So, of course, may also grow together. But what we are trying to do also there is not to develop a detailed impact assessment, but we are trying to develop a model for a methodology for impact assessments on human rights, democracy, and rule of law that contain elements that then leave some marge de maneuver for the individual countries then to develop their own concrete mechanisms based on this model. And so the HUD area that we are currently working on, and we're doing this in cooperation with the Alan Turing Institute from the UK, is based on 4 elements. One is context-based risk analysis, what we call COBRA, and the notion of context-based is extremely important because the risk depends greatly of every application of every AI system depends greatly on the context in which it's been used. The next thing is a stakeholder engagement. So that means that there is a debate about these risks, how to avoid them. Then there is the actual HUD area that should follow a number of parameters. And then the next step, of course, is because you do not prevent, if you try to prevent every risk from happening, life would not be possible. We would not be able to drive cars. We would not be able to have to use airplanes, but we would also not be able to exercise rights like freedom of expression, because rights are broken daily. The important thing is that there are remedies or risks turn into actually accidents daily. The important thing is that there are remedies that you can use in case damage is occurring or is risking to occur, so that then, of course, people learn, and the industry, but also citizens learn from their past experience in order to minimize risks or reduce impacts. And so we've started to develop the key elements of this HUD area model. And I stop maybe just saying one thing. Of course, the easier part of this this instrument is the human rights part, because at least in Europe, but also on UN level, we do have a legal system that allows courts to decide to what extent a human right has been infringed, or to what extent, if several rights apply and that may be in conflict to each other, where to draw a border, or which right is predominant in a particular case, whether it's the right to freedom of expression or the right to protect the integrity or the privacy of a person. So we have a very sophisticated legal system that is able to deal with human rights. As it has said in the beginning, when it comes to democracy, it is a little bit more difficult because there's no legally agreed, let's say, notion of democracy. We do have a number of varying systems that we call democracies, or we tend to call democracies. So it is a little bit more difficult to then develop a binding instrument that is supposed to protect and foster democracy. But you can actually deal with these elements, at least to some extent, by deriving proxy rights that are elements that hint at a level of democracy. And so we are also working on this. And of course, rule of law is about separation of power. It's about remedies and so on, and transparent processes and so on and so forth. So this is where we stand. We have these 2 parts. We have a zero draft of a convention that outlines the basic principles. And we do have a model of a HUD area of a human rights, democracy, and rule of law impact assessment that we are developing, and that we'll share with the members and observers of our committee very soon to discuss it then in more detail in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, for those details. For those who are not might not, obviously zero draft being not public, there will be more to come. I will say watch the space. But before I go to the other panelists on the Council of Europe work, there's been, you mentioned the global reach and global impact of Council of Europe conventions, and also the fact that it's complementarity to other frameworks, especially EU AI Act, as it is being discussed now. Council of Europe has more member states as you highlighted, than European Union. But there is discussion now, as has been in the news as well, that EU is looking to be a party to the convention and taking on some of the discussions. Can you, to the extent that it is possible, where you stand, can you provide us with some like status on that, on those conversations with EU and Council of Europe?
To whom is this question addressed? To me or
to you, and then I would like to go back.
Okay.
Well, the panelists.
This is basically the question in the EU is given their legal division of competencies between the European Commission and the member states, is who is actually having a mandate to do what in intergovernmental intergovernmental institutions. And this is not up to me to comment about how the European Union organizes itself. It is obvious and I think understandable that institutions evolve, that there are new situations, that competences are moving or developing. So the important thing for us to note is that everybody present in Strasbourg, the European Commission, all the member states of the EU, all the member states of the Council of Europe, all the non-member states of the Council of Europe that were present, everybody agreed that it is important, it is crucial to develop such an instrument of the Council of Europe with a hopefully global reach, and that everybody is fully committed to participate constructively in this work. That's also been mentioned by civil society organizations, by businesses that have been present. Everybody agrees that there is a value added in having such an instrument. And then again, the procedural details of institutions within them is something that is not up to me to comment. What is important for us is that everybody is willing to clarify their internal open questions as quickly as possible, and that we have found a way that we can move on with our work, and we do not have to pause, and nobody asked us to pause. So it's we are moving on and working on these two elements that I've mentioned, the convention itself, but also the hood area model. And yeah, so that is the important message, that everybody wants this work to be done. Everybody wants this work to progress, and everybody's convinced that there is definitely a need and a value added in such an instrument. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Mark, Angela, I would like to come back to you on importance of Council of Europe Convention as representatives of civil society. Where do you see the complementarity and the importance of this work moving forward?
Following Thomas's point, I think your word, Merva, complementarity, is a very useful way to understand the relationship between these two legal instruments, because of course the European Union and the Council of Europe have different mandates, they have different memberships, but I think the pieces could actually fit together quite well, with the AI Act focused on the risk-based management in terms of the internal market, and the Council of Europe AI treating speaking globally to the three pillars that should be supported in the context of an AI treaty. So complementarity is a good word, and I think it's the right way to see the relationship.
Thank you. Angela?
Yeah, I mean, not much to add to that. I think it's important to stress these are just two things with different purposes. So the three pillars for that Mark just mentioned, that the mandate of the Council of Europe is based upon, for those who don't know, it's human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And that's, of course, a different approach that the EU takes when it's with its AI Act focused on market harmonization. And I think that's why they should be really complementary to each other. I think there's also a big chance in them being so. And that's also why we, as civil society observer organizations, have been stressing or are stressing that the EU process should not delay the Council of Europe process. So it's great to hear also what Thomas just stress that this will not be the case, because they're just two different things. Of course, you cannot ignore the fact that they are developing in parallel and, of course, influencing each other. What I think you can observe in the AI Act, on the AI Act in general, is it has this agenda-setting character. So the topic climbed up the agendas in many other jurisdictions, I'd say, including Switzerland, but also a bit the standard-setting character. So the implicitly, like the AI Act has set a certain benchmark that others now sometimes adopt or even feel the need to justify if they depart from it, and so on. So this is understandable. And I think also in the Council of Europe negotiations, it's sometimes hard to think outside the box and forget about the AI Act, because it's just the thing that's out there, black on white. But I think still think it's important to remind us of the different purposes of different political processes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And you're right, for those of us heavily involved in EU AI Act and the modifications, we've been living and breathing it. And the 3,000 plus amendments didn't help to kind of think outside the box, to be honest, to kind of step away. But Celine, I want to go back to the OECD's work on this context, and OECD has pioneered the AI principles, some of this work back in 2019, obviously the work starting before that. As we are looking at these different frameworks and regulatory instruments being developed, can you tell us some of the lessons that were learned from that OECD process?
Sure, Merv. Thank you. And listening to the live conversations that are happening now around emerging regulations, to take us back 4 years in the world of AI seems like a lifetime ago. So, indeed, as you mentioned, in 2019, countries came together and published what was at the time, they adhered to the first intergovernmental standard on AI. And now, as we've discussed, we have the EU AI Act, the Council of Europe work, UNESCO recommendation on AI, and others. So 4 years on, if you will, or nearly 4 years on, perhaps the most important impact of the AI principles, I think, still has been to raise general awareness of the importance of this technology and to support governments in their efforts to keep pace. So, a theme that's come up in our conversation today is that often policy lags behind the technology, and this can leave policymakers in a seemingly, endless game of catch up. And what the vision was in the 2019 principles was to cast a light, what we saw as the OECD as an emerging but really fundamental challenge to countries. So, the emergence of AI. And the principles emerged at the cusp of what was an AI surge, or summer, as we call, it goes through these cycles of summers and AI winters. And the principles aim to reflect kind of the most important values that AI systems should embody. And so if we talk about kind of lessons learned and impact, the principles are now becoming a standard part of AI regulation and policy around the world. And, they've kind of paved the way for this significant policy advancement. And so, for example, again, if we go back to, let's say, 2016, when experts gathered and started doing this work, only a handful of countries in the world had national AI strategies. Now, zoom to today, and you can check this on the OECD AI Policy Observatory. We, on our database of national strategies for AI, now more than 60 countries and jurisdictions have produced over 800 related AI policy documents. So there's been this kind of explosion of discussion and strategic insight and best practices with regards to AI. Another kind of difficult and lesson learned is around the definition. So how do we define this technology, something that is so quickly moving? And it's still a very live debate that we're seeing play out in various forums around the world. How do we strike that balance between having a definition that is useful, but also that offers the space to capture how this technology might evolve? When we look at, the general applicability of AI, we look at general AI, general intelligence, and given that policy lags behind, we had a difficult time providing a definition, but we did one that would stand the test of time. And what we see now today is that the 2019, the definition in the principles is actually being used and is a basis for many instruments around the world. So if you look at the US National AI Initiatives, work with NIST, so the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the US, and the European Commission. But I guess I'll close my answer by saying, writ large, what is key here is interoperability between AI governance instruments. Countries can arrive at different policy solutions for AI governance, but they must be compatible. And what we want to avoid is this bifurcation of AI rules globally, which could result in forum shopping or regulatory arbitrage, for instance, where gaps or considerable differences between AI definitions or regulations could cause harm or even competitiveness challenges to reaping the full economic benefits of and potential of artificial intelligence. And we know that this is a hard thing to do, and absolute harmonization between countries is impossible and probably not necessary. But it doesn't mean that these approaches should be disjointed. So really just to emphasize that the timing now is really critical, because AI laws, regulations, and standards are currently being developed. So it's great that we're talking about this and having a dialogue before these laws and regulations get baked in. And the OECD really aims to facilitate this interoperability by being a forum to bring together countries and organizations from around the world. So maybe I'll stop there. Thanks, Mer.
Thank you, Celine, and thanks for sharing the experiences and the lessons learned as well. And you're right. I mean, you made a great point on regulatory arbitrage piece, which kind of gives me a great segue to my next question on red lines and how to avoid that regulatory arbitrage in certain instances. Can we have red lines that applies across the board globally, that is in all of these instruments, so we avoid that? And Jean-Marc, maybe I start with both of you on that, and maybe Mark, start with you on the red lines. What do you see as more established red lines or more accepted ones, and what do you see as we still need it and maybe not necessarily discussed enough across these instruments?
Well, I know a lot of individuals and organizations have strong opinions about various red lines. To me, what has been most fascinating, and to build on Celine's earlier comments, is to watch the evolution of the red lines in the context of the AI policy instruments that the governments are adopting. And so, for example, in the OECD AI principles, I don't think, in fact, we have any red lines at all. There were some red lines proposed in the earlier universal guidelines for AI, but that's not a formal document of governments. But then you fast forward to the UNESCO recommendation of 2021, and you see two clear red lines. One is on the use of AI for mass surveillance, and the other is on the use of AI for social scoring. And that's a recommendation now that's been endorsed by 193 countries. And then, of course, we move on to the EU AI Act, where there's a very fierce debate over which AI applications should be considered high risk and which AI applications should be prohibited. And finally, if you look at the national and local level, you see many efforts, in fact, decisions to prohibit the use of AI for facial recognition in particular. So I think you can say objectively that as you look at the evolution of AI policy, as the public and policymakers begin to understand more about the full impact of AI, there's a greater willingness to adopt and to implement prohibitions.
Thank you, Mark, for giving us that extensive view of different instruments. Jean-Marc, what do you see as more now consensus build or accepted red lines, and from your perspective in both policy work and corporate work, as what else that needs to be there?
Yeah. Well, on the corporate side of things, it was quite interesting a couple of years ago to see in particular the the actions taken by some companies on the issue of facial recognition in particular. So I won't go through all these announcements, but I think that was quite an interesting moment. Of course, in a specific context back then, but you know, I've rarely seen something like this from the corporate world in the space of a few months' time. All these announcements about stopping to provide tools or AI systems on facial recognition for some purposes in some cases. So that was quite interesting. On the government area, so I'm looking specifically at the EU AI Act, of course, and like Mark said, you know, from the original draft of the Commission or of the European Commission already, you do have banned practices where, because this is a risk-based piece of legislation, some risks are seen as unacceptable. Mark mentioned a couple of them which have made their way into the AI Act as well, social scoring, for example. But I think there's 5 at the moment, but it's a very lively and difficult discussions. There could be more, there could be less if you look at what national governments are saying when we're addressing issues like national security. But so the point is, you have a list of banned practices, and you also have a list of areas where the use of AI is considered to be high risk. So these are clear red lines. Do we need more? Do we need less? I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of lists, to be honest with you. I think what matters more is, you know, that we have in those initiatives by governments or those pieces of legislation some clear definitions and guidelines to conduct those risk management processes in the future. Because, you know, AI is so use case dependent that I think it's absolutely impossible in a lot of times to cast in stone right now what the exact uses will be and if they are high risk or too risky. So that's why I quite like the approach by the Council of Europe or the OECD. It's flexible, and I think that's what we need, because this technology evolves very quickly, and you need legislation that can adapt to this evolution at the same time, or else it becomes obsolete and maybe problematic quite quickly. And then what do we do? Do we want to have a revised EU AI Act in 5 years' time? You know, I mean, someone mentioned 3,000 amendments in the parliament. Are we going to have that again? I don't want to compare this with the case of the GDPR, but you know, you can't reform GDPR. I'm not saying that there would be a need to, but you know, then you're stuck with something that may not stand the test of time. So banning and lists in general, I'm not sure it works all the time, you know.
Okay, what I'm hearing though is there's definitely a need for some red lines for unacceptable as is, but clear guidelines and a methodology to add or either moratoriums or bans in the future as these technologies develop and emerge. Thomas, I would like to hear from you on this red lines as well.
Yes, thank you. And just to follow up about what Jean-Marc has said, what we are witnessing now is there's basically a tendency that some applications that are considered very high risk or too high risk, there may be red lines, but then there may be also be red lines to the red lines, i.e. exceptions to red lines. And again, it is very, very context-based. So for instance, most of the experts agree that emotion recognition through voice analysis or analysis of face movements is something that is very problematic and should not be allowed in many applications or many contexts. But at the same time, these particular applications may be extremely helpful in specific contexts, like for instance, with in the medical environment, with people that are not able to talk or speak or express their emotions through, let's say, traditional ways. That actually, if you can analyze their state through using AI, that may be something that would actually be in their interest. So, like it has said before, I think the awareness is basically spreading that very rough black or white red lines may not make sense, but you need to look much more into the context of the application, and then again you end up with some general maybe red lines, but then a number of exceptions, or the other way around, you may have less red lines, but the number of contexts where you say, if this is the effect or the intention to use an AI system, then it should not be allowed. So it's very, very context-based. And I think we need to if we want to really benefit from these technologies and limit negative effects, we need to be very, develop a system that is flexible enough to even be applied to applications that we don't even know yet, but provide for a logic that allows us then to draw red lines whenever it is necessary, but maybe not list them in a too concrete way right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, somehow our society finds way to use it in unexpected ways as well. Like when you release a technology in the wild, it might come back with a boomerang in unexpected ways. I'm kind of also mindful of time, and I want to leave some time for questions from the audience. But before I do that, Mark, I cannot finish my questions without asking you about the AI blueprint for AI Bill of Rights, which is the most recent development in the AI policy landscape. What do you see as the blueprint doing, and maybe what it needs to do, or what should be the next steps using the blueprint? Can you give us some context around that?
Well, there's been a lot said about the blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, and I think the most helpful way to understand this document is to think of it as a white paper, and as a white paper that could be extremely influential. I know some people were disappointed because they saw the phrase Bill of Rights and they were anticipating that there'd be an announcement of a big legal framework in the US, but actually that was never on the table. So if that's what you were looking for, you need to look elsewhere. But the contents of the report, I think, are actually very good. I think it addresses directly and on many levels emerging challenges related to AI bias. And if you contrast what we might say is now the US AI policy approach with some of the other AI policy instruments, you see clearly from the US a great emphasis on not simply fairness, but also equity and the need to address the embedded problems with AI. And I see this as a very important and useful contribution. The other brief historical point to make is that almost 50 years ago, there was a very similar report issued by a US federal agency called Records, Computers, and the Rights of Citizens. And that report also had a phrase, the rights of citizens, that created an expectation of a legal announcement. But that report was also a white paper. What's so interesting about the history is that a year after that report, the US adopted its most comprehensive privacy law in all of its history. So I see the AI Bill of Rights as a foundational document that could quickly lead to a comprehensive legal framework. And I think credit should properly be given to the Office of Science and Technology Policy for addressing this very important challenge of AI bias.
Thank you, and thanks for drawing that parallel. Sometimes we forget what happened, the achievements and the developments that happened in the past, and kind of think that we're inventing the wheel again and again, but going back to Thomas's first comments on we have working models, we have experience, and we have examples of regulation working in emerging technology very well, which is we take as granted at this point some of those regulations and couldn't think of a life without them. So definitely developing field. I still have many questions, but I want to stop for a second and see if put in the chat, or I think you can also raise your hands. I want to take a second before I move on, if there are not. Right, let me move with my next question, and I also try to catch up on the chat. There's great conversations on the developments. I think going some of the stuff we talked about at the very beginning, we mentioned, Mark, you underlined that regulation actually creates better innovation, that it actually fuels innovation. We a lot of in this conversations in regulatory frameworks, or even with self-governance methodologies, we see this approach trying to balance fundamental rights against economic interest or security interest. Maybe Angela, I could start with you on this one. Where do you see the danger of that balancing act, fundamental rights on one hand, and economic or other security interests on the other, as we speak of fundamental rights, democratic values, and rule of law?
Yes, thanks for that. And thanks also for closing the circle to the initial discussion. I think as someone trained in human rights law and theory, I'm very skeptical about the appropriateness of the word balancing here, because it's not something you actually do, balancing fundamental rights. It's not like one against many factors, because these are rights that carry special normative weight as protections of human dignity. So they essentially define and delimit actually the space of legitimate, at least state conduct, probably not only state conduct. So they set like the limits in everything a state does or does not do. But also I want to come back to what you just mentioned. I mean, it's not like economic and security interests on the one hand, or let's say innovation and fundamental rights are contrary to each other or should be weighed against it. Of course, it's clear that there are situations where where weighing occurs again. I mean, among different interests. I'd say leave fundamental rights out for the moment, but actually, I mean, the goal that innovation has should not be contrary to the goal that human rights protection has. I mean, innovation should also eventually just serve human interests, right? I mean, innovation is not a goal in itself. It is also does not have any goal beyond serving human interests. So I think that's important to say. We only want innovation that actually serves our interests. So in that sense, I don't think there's this a contradiction actually involved.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. Jean-Marc, maybe go back to you on this one. How do you feel when you hear this balancing act and all the different framings? Church on the, I don't know if my internet is breaking up again. As you hear this, some trying to frame it as a balancing act, and I would like to go back to Thomas afterwards.
Yeah, I agree with Angela when she says that, you know, on the point she made on innovation, the problem is when you have, well, governments going ahead with a piece of legislation, as we said, which is I'm talking about the EU Act again, which really is a product safety legislation. It's very specific. If they start going this way and then go ahead with, again, lists, they will have to find a way to strike that balance, even if we don't like to have a balance or don't think that there should be or can be a balance between rights and what can be allowed on the market. They're going to have to now, and I mean, if you follow the discussions here, in particular, again, on facial recognition, I don't know how they will find that balance, to be honest. It's a very good luck to them. It's a very, very difficult debate. And I mean, you can see both sides of the argument. And with COVID behind us, we have another example, no matter what you think about that, but we've lived through a year or a couple of years where some of our fundamental rights, I would say, right to assembly, even right to freedom of speech sometimes were restricted because the government, maybe society as a whole at one point said, well, we have a bigger interest there and we need this balance. So we're going to restrict those rights and impose some new measures. It doesn't please everybody, far from it, but sometimes it's necessary. But I think the main issue right now with the act is really around security. So I don't have the perfect solution to this. There will be some form of a balance there that will come out of this act. Will it be the best ever? I'm not quite sure. That's why I always go back to legislation that is not written for eternity, because it's impossible. Everything is, in particular with AI, needs to be taken looking at the context of things, and this question here is no different to that point. So I hope they keep the context in mind, because the context evolves and is always different.
Thomas, let me finish by your comments. Is there, what do you see as the context being different when we're talking about fundamental rights?
Yes, thank you. Just one word about this balancing of let's say economic progress versus human rights. I also would strongly agree that this is not an either or, but it is just a framework within we want economic innovation to happen. And to give you a very silly example, the fact that speed limits have been introduced, which are normally around in the whole world, apart from some German motorways, around 100, that has not prevented the industry from keep developing cars with 1,000 horsepower that could do 300 miles an hour. The thing is, in a city, they are just whatever the horsepower of the car is. You are not allowed to drive more than 30 in a city, or 50 or 80 on another street, and it has also not prevented some people from buying such cars. So there is an agreement that in a certain context, a certain speed limit is appropriate, but that has not prohibited innovation. And now, of course, some cars are meant to be as economically or ecologically efficient. Others are meant to be sports cars that are supposed to have as much horsepower as possible. But also there, if they're used in the same context, there are the same rules that apply. They all need to have an airbag, and I don't know what kind of safety measures. But then again, if you're on a race, it is about driving as fast as you can. So again, it is very context-based, but I would really not see the main issue as balancing economic innovation and rights, but making sure that whatever is used, how that innovation is taking place in respect of rights. And again, this is very much context-based. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Maybe continue with that because there is a question in the chat for you. Let me read that one. What is the number/role of observers as they participate in the council's work, and what's the timeline for public consultation?
Yes, thank you. So if I may, by the way, something that I forgot is that actually the CAI, this current committee, is building on 3 years' work of its predecessor committee that was working for 2.5 years, that has produced the feasibility study with lots of analysis on the risks, on the challenges, but also on the good sides of AI and opportunities, and analyzing all kinds of self-regulatory, soft law, and other frameworks, identifying gaps of what actually is it that is needed, and that all is the basis, and what could be potential elements of such a legally binding instrument. So our work is strongly building on that. At the last, and I've mentioned it already, that we have circulated this zero draft among all members and observers in the CAI, and this is the number keeps growing, but it's about 100 or so from not just Europe, but from other countries too. I have asked them whether they would want to share the zero draft with the public now. Then the committee has decided that they would not want to share this now, but that at a later stage, a draft should be shared, and there should be a public consultation. That will not be this year, but it will be sometime next year. And of course, this is not my decision as the chair. Again, this is the committee that decides. And so I cannot give you an exact date. By my intention is definitely, and I've communicated this several times inside and outside the committee, I want to be as open and as inclusive as possible, not just to governments, but also to all stakeholders, because we need the input and the experience from civil society, from businesses, from the technical and academic community, if we want to develop a framework that actually works, that functions, that is not just a nice piece of paper, but something that is implementable and that is also reasonable in the sense that people want to respect it, people want to implement it, then we need our collective intelligence of all stakeholders with all kinds of experiences. And again, I cannot give you an exact date by now, but the commitment is there that there will be a consultation on the draft at some point in time. I hope that is satisfying to the extent it can be. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Thomas, and looking forward to it. And we have thumbs up from Mark as well. One thing I would like to, another question in the chat that I would like to go back to is from Mira Wolf, kind of going back to Angela's point that we shouldn't rely on corporations to self-regulate. Her question is, however, given that regulation always seems to be reactive rather than proactive, I wonder how the democratic institutions can eventually catch up to provide guide rails or guiding principles before undesired impacts of a given technology become apparent through their use. Angela, maybe I start with you and then go to Celine to hear also her comments on this question.
Yes, thanks a lot. I think it's a great question. And I also want to come back what was stressed by others, Thomas and also others. I mean, it's not that this is, I don't know, a lawless space right now in which companies develop technologies or use technologies. And this is also why we don't, what, for example, the Council of Europe right now does is not developing a new, call it AI Bill of Rights. I find the title misleading too, because we actually have bills of rights and we have rights, but they need to be, we need to make sure that they are also adopted and interpreted so as to also be adoptable to algorithmic decision-making, for example. So I think that's like a very general remark that I think is important to see. We need to make sure that we interpret existing laws accordingly, that we enforce them. And of course, then we can see where we need further norms to develop and evolve to respond to certain challenges. And on Mira's point specifically, I think that's also why we need to make sure that we have access to accountability frameworks. For example, that we if we are affected by a decision that is made by an algorithmic system, that we have access to information. First of all, that we know the decision was taken by such a system, but that we also have rights to explanation and so on, because these are actually the preconditions of having access then also to legal remedies. I cannot defend myself if I don't know what happened. So all of these frameworks that actually guarantee control and also accountability, these are very important, because of course the aim is not or cannot be actually to prevent all possible harms. There will always be such harms, but then that's why we need such accountability frameworks. Another point I'd quickly like to make, also in response to a very similar question by Joanna. Yes, I think, for example, in our view, case-by-case impact assessments for users of systems are also a way to guarantee transparency, control, and then also lay the ground for accountability. Of course, they cannot guarantee that no harm will ever occur, but these are instruments that allow us to actually have scrutiny over the use of these systems. And I think that's an important precondition for accountability too.
Thank you, Angela. Celine, can I continue with that on the same question that was asked about?
I'll make 2 quick points in the interest of time. So first, just to reiterate a comment that I had added to the chat. A way that governments and policymakers can kind of avoid this catch up as the technology evolves is, it's really hard to get it right with a big kind of law. Hard law can be very tricky for many of the reasons we've discussed today. So a tool that can be used is regulatory experimentation and an iterative approach. So, something that has emerged as a tool are sandboxes. This, I think, offers really interesting potential to apply to AI, especially as it's a general purpose technology. It allows you to kind of, play in a sandbox from a regulatory and consumer protection perspective in a specific sector. We've seen it, kind of arise in the UK with the fintech sector. So there are certainly lessons to be learned in the spirit of not reinventing the wheel and learning lessons from other regulatory experiences in other sectors. And the second point I'll make is the need. This is going to be a very OECD comment. It's the need to have an evidence base. So, not to really look at, have harms materialized, and are these real risks, or are they perceptions of risks? And so one thing that we're working on at the OECD is to build a tracker of AI incidents. So these are concrete, it's a proxy, we're using news articles, but to the extent possible to try to see where risks or near or incidents or near incidents have materialized, and to feed that into the risk assessment and mitigation model as well. That feeds into the classification of AI systems for really a harmonized approach to risk management. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Celine. To your point, in the interest of time, we have 3 minutes. I would like to do a round robin. 1 minute final words for this panel before we go on to break. And let me start with Jean-Marc. What will be your final word as we're looking forward to these regulations and developing frameworks?
It's a wish, Merv. We talk about AI all the time in such negative terms, and I'm a bit sick of it, to be honest with you. AI can do a lot of great things as long as we keep control and it serves us, and I think most people agree with that. So I'm having so many conversations where we talk about dangers and risks and damages, and can we talk about AI in a positive way as well? That's my wish.
Thank you for that. Thomas, what is your wish or final word from this?
Well, my wish is that we actually will be able to agree on a framework that is as global as we can, because, as you know, we do have some differences between countries in their legal system and their tradition. So So I hope that the common denominator is strong enough that we actually get something that is guiding at least for, I don't know, much more than 50 countries. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope that our respect for human rights and rule of law and democratic values are strong enough to guide us that and demand that as well. Angela, what's your wish list?
A bit to counter the narrative.
Not the whole list.
Not the whole list. Okay, I start. I think to counter a bit that narrative that tech development and us being affected by it is like a force of nature that we can do nothing about it. I mean, not that tech development will happen, and that is great, of course, and we can all benefit, hopefully, eventually from it. But we are actually the ones who decide how to use it and what are the conditions, how to use that technology. And I think that's, a bit that we all have that idea of turn the tables. We're the ones deciding on the conditions in which we want to benefit from these technologies. And last wish, I hope we'll get more voices at the table in discussing these governance frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. Celine, what is one wish from your end?
Sure. So many good ones. I second what's been said. I guess to complement, I think it's that to remember that behind these regulations and laws that we're all discussing now are people. I think that it's come out in the conversation, taking a human rights approach, but just to remember that, this technology should serve to improve the lives of people and not the other way around. I think we've all, a little bit felt like perhaps slaves to Zoom over the pandemic, but just to really remember the human aspect that, in these discussions, ultimately that they aim to serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mark, what is your one wish?
My one wish is that our technology, our innovations, our future reflects our values and helps create the world in which we wish to live. I think this is a real challenge. I also think it's a little naive to imagine that this will happen automatically. If we look at the world today and we look at the impact of industrialization, we can see, prosperity for some and a climate and a country and a world that's almost on the brink. So it's a real challenge and there's a real opportunity, but we need a sense of success where technology creates the world in which we want to participate, and we have helped make that future possible.
Thank you, Mark. And that very much aligns with my one wish, that we, instead of firefighting with these technologies and the harms and the impacts, that I wish we have the time and space to imagine what that future looks like and actually build technologies towards that rather than trying to control some of the harms and our values and rights. With that, I want to thank all of you as my esteemed panelists, but also esteemed attendees. Thank you so much for your contributions, your great insights. It's always an honor to have these conversations with you, and looking forward to more conversations. The next session is going to be a 15-minute break until the top of the hour. And at the top of the hour, Christina Potnar is over to that one. Again, thank you so much for being here today and for all your insights. Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks for being there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the AI Policy Conference. As we all know, we're in the middle of technological disruption that will transform the way society is organized. Collectively, as governments, regulators, businesses, non-governmental entities, not-for-profits, higher education institutions, and even as citizens, we must understand and make the right decisions around this frontier technology. There are many questions and unknowns in front of us, but it's also such an exciting time. We have so many amazing opportunities. We want to ask the question today, how democracy can survive big data and AI, and what action is already underway, what else we might need to be thinking about, and also how we should go about it. Today we have with us, as you can see, a wonderful set of experts with diverse backgrounds, really important, and they're also representing the multi-stakeholder base that is necessary to begin piercing together the puzzle of democracy that's in the era of AI. As a reminder, as you saw at the beginning of the hour, our esteemed guests are, and this is, by the way, a test for me and my pronunciation, Carlos Ignacio Gutierrez, Carlos, who's with the Future of Life Institute at IEEE. We have Dex Hunter Torek from Meta Oversight Board, Gerhard Andre from the Swiss National Parliament, Hilary Sutcliffe from Society Insight and TigTech, and last but not least, Jovan Kurbalia from DiploFoundation and Geneva Internet Forum. A big welcome to all of you. Before we dive in, I also want to welcome back our audience members. Thank you to everybody for rejoining us after the coffee break. We're delighted to have you with us. Please join us in the discussion by asking questions via the chat function. We do have moderators on standby, and they're going to ensure that your voice is incorporated into today's important conversation. So with that in mind, we have so much to talk about. I'm excited to jump in. I would like to invite each of our panelists, if we can do that, to start off by providing a brief overview of what you and your organization are doing about AI and how that impacts democracy. What should we be thinking about? What are you working on? And how do you see the puzzle fitting together? So I'll invite Jovan. If you can maybe kick us off, we would appreciate your insights.
It works better. It's great to be today here. My background explains our approach to AI, data, and digital. We are trying to see what are the counterfactual and different views when it comes to really dealing with the huge challenges of our society around AI, data, digitalization. Now, what are our specific angles in this field? Is first of all, attempt practical and policy to develop bottom-up AI. We think that democracy, human rights, inclusion, and citizen-based approach could be revitalized through bottom-up AI. What does it mean practically? It means that, for example, this session and today's exchange that we have among 6 of us could be codified in the so-called knowledge graph, or AI input, and it should be owned by 6 of us, shared with our organization, shared with global community, and shared with the others. But it is extremely important to return AI, like data, in the hands of citizens and individuals. We consider it as ultimate battle for the future of democracy, and I would say even humanity. There are tools, there are approaches, but we have to be aware of it. Therefore, bringing AI back and data in the hands of individuals and citizens, because the major battle ahead of us won't be necessarily around data. Data, yes, as input of AI, but it will be around the patterns of cognition. Are the patterns of cognition in understanding the world, will they remain in public domain as a public good? Or are we going to face the situation when they will be privatized, as data is sometimes? And this is the major battle, that as we got from previous generations, patterns of thinking of Aristotle, Plato, Hegel, Kant, and other, Confucius, and other great thinkers, we think that it is our duty to pass to the next generation ownership, public good ownership of that patterns of thinking, not only of data, and this is my highlight, patterns of thinking, not data. This is what we are doing from technical legal, and policy perspectives, bringing data and AI back to citizens. And this is going to be the major reassurance that democracy can flourish in the AI and era and forthcoming digitalizations. Over to you, Christina.
Thank you, Ilvan. That's not an easy task. As you're speaking, I'm thinking to myself, you have your hands full, as does everybody else on the panel today. So Gerhard, can we maybe turn it over to you to hear what you're working on, and how does that fit together with Jovan's efforts and his organization?
So first of all, thank you for having me today here. It's a great pleasure for me. I guess I'm the least qualified AI person here on this panel. I represent here the policymaker. Of course, in my private professional life, I'm also a digital entrepreneur. But today I'm going to have the hat of the policy making person. And before I start, I'd just like to come back to what Jovan just said, because that's actually what I share as a vision. We need digital tools, data, algorithms, machine learning, innovation and progress, where the human is in the center. That's the reason why we actually should use and can use all these great new tools. My role as a policymaker is figuring out how to get there, because we heard it before. It's going to be about regulation. We're going to play a role at some point. I guess so. I hope so. We already do. And what is a challenge for me as a member of the parliament of a small country, but still, it's a country. We deal with the interests of 8 million people. So it's not just my interest, it's the interest of a whole country. So I deal with whole society. I don't deal with some interest group only. We have to make deals. We have to make the stuff that works actually in order to get there where I think I want to be as much as Jovan does. So that's our big challenge right now in Switzerland. I going to have a quite narrow perspective, because I'm going to really talk for Switzerland here. I'm not such an expert on what's going on in other countries on that matter, I have to admit. But what I can say here in Switzerland, we're still somehow trying to figure out what we can actually do. What's the need? Where should we start? Do we have to make sure that we don't go too far if we do anything? So it's quite like figuring out what can actually be done. Of course, there's this idea we don't want to regulate too soon in order to like stop stuff and nothing's going to be able to flourish. On the other hand, we want to avoid damage, because if damage is done, trust is lost, and that's not in the interest of anybody. So that's a really, really challenging balance we try to maneuver, and it's really, I guess, hard to really say what actually has to be done today. I have a few opinions. I have a few things I'd like to put into place, but I'm also here today to listen, to learn, because regulators, we as a policymakers, we need to grasp the whole spectrum of the stakeholder interests. And so I'm quite happy to be here also as a participant who can learn, who wants to learn, because I have to take things away in order to use them in my policy work. So that will be my intro statement. I'm giving back to you, Christina. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gerhard. I think that it's very interesting perspective that you bring to the table. As you mentioned, I think we're all learning, right? Not just you. I think all of us are learning. It's the benefit of this multi-stakeholder conversation, but very much looking forward to your comments, because Switzerland, 8 million people, but many cantons. So diversity across the board. And I think that that's a very unique perspective that can help us learn and understand as well. So very much looking forward to your comments from that perspective. Dex, over to you a little bit. Would love to hear what you're working on from the Oversight Board perspective and how you're thinking about AI, big data, and democracy.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just say, I'm thrilled to be here. I think the fact that already our two other fantastic speakers just now have talked about the importance of this inclusive dialogue, this multi-stakeholder approach. This is music to my ears, right? Because that's exactly how the oversight board tries to engage with the world as we approach our mission. And I thought it might be helpful just for 30 seconds to talk about what is the oversight board. It's one of those bodies which I think a lot of folks within our space have heard of. But just to ensure we're all on the same page, the oversight board was created when Meta was still Facebook. It was back in 2020 when we launched. And the oversight board was an initiative that was originally launched by then Facebook as a body that could serve as an independent check on some of their most controversial and significant content moderation issues. And the board is a unique experiment, I think, within the governance of social media platforms, which is really, can there be bodies which are operating independently from these platforms, but which nevertheless are empowered to come in, scrutinize these decisions, and then make binding decisions as well as recommendations to companies that steer them towards treating their users better. And the board was structured in a way, in a very highly intricate way to ensure that now Meta cannot influence our decision making. There are 23 independent board members who sit on this board. They're drawn from civil society, from academia, former backgrounds in media, politics, the law, within the tech industry. They're all over the world. They're an extraordinarily diverse set of folks. I think those 23 individuals speak 29 languages. They lived in many, many more countries. And this set of folks, they are every month, they are looking at very significant cases that touch on all the big content moderation challenges that the billions of users of Facebook and Instagram are facing today on Meta's platforms. And, in just the last couple of years, the board has issued 28 big case decisions. These are everything from hate speech to how is the content of individuals and organizations labeled as dangerous, handled online, how do we think about disinformation on Meta's platforms, political speech. There's just a lot of these very significant issues. And I should stress that we operate globally. So I'm actually really looking forward to hearing about particular local and regional and sectoral expertise, in our discussion today. We do think about these things, across the world, because so many of the challenges that arise in particular controversies or particular cases coming from one part of the world, they end up having a huge ripple effect for freedom of expression and human rights around the world. And, part of the reason why the board is so extraordinarily diverse and we operate globally is because we do think a lot of the debates until now about content moderation and a lot of the approaches from big tech companies based in the US has been very US centric and very global North centric. And actually over half of the cases that the board has taken on to date have been from the global South. And that's been very deliberate for the board. Just very briefly on automation and how that intersects with our work. Of course, automation and AI is critical to the way that Meta has been moderating content on Facebook and Instagram. And, what we found in that first couple of years of the board's cases is that there are a bunch of ways in which the impact of AI and automated tools do end up having an impact on users. And, we've seen things like how automated content can, automated enforcement of content can disproportionately impact, folks from particular underrepresented communities. That's something that the board was very concerned about, particularly in one case we had from the Middle East. We've seen how automated enforcement also can remove content that actually complies with Meta's rules. So there's an impact again on free expression, on the human rights of users who are using these platforms. And, thinking about why that happens, understanding what are the reasons why these systems fail, whether it's the intersection with human reviewers, where an AI recommends something, but a human is still involved, but it nevertheless produces the wrong outcome for users, understanding where bias comes into the crafting of these systems. That's something that the board is very, very focused on as well as part of our work. And, ultimately, what we're trying to do is steer Meta towards actually changing. And we make a lot of recommendations. We made over 130 to date, and Meta's agreed to about 60% of them. So I think we're starting to shift the company, but there's a lot more work to do. And it's dialogues like this that I think are extraordinarily helpful to us.
Thank you so much, Dex. I think that was a really great overview, but also I really appreciated you bringing up the Southern Hemisphere perspective, because being based in Washington, D.C., I know I personally sometimes forget about that aspect. It's really easy to lose sight of the fact that just because we're located in one place doesn't mean that we're a global society, and certainly more by the day as technologies continue to be evolving and inclusive of our global society. So it makes me oftentimes wonder, do we need a single set of ground rules? And that brings me then to Carlos as part of the IEEE and a standards bearing body. What are you up to these days? How are you looking at AI, big data, democracy around the globe?
Hi, everybody. Great to meet the panel. Christina, thank you for introducing me. I'm part of the Future of Life Institute. It's a nonprofit institution started in the early 2014. And our work is in dealing with the future of technology and mitigating its risks and augmenting its benefits. Regarding what this panel is about, democracy, our philosophy is empowerment. And we go through empowerment through a variety of issues. One of our main issues right now is the EU AI Act. We have a team in Brussels dealing with all the possibilities that could happen with AI and the perspectives that we want to prioritize in order to future-proof how AI is used in the European Union and how it will affect the rest of the world because of the Brussels effect. The EU has been more willing than other jurisdictions to take an aim at AI in a comprehensive and holistic manner, and we hope that that effort is done in a great way, which it could be potentially. We are also, and it's great that Dex mentioned this about the actors in developing countries. We're investing heavily in increasing their participation in global fora related to AI governance. Right now, we're focused on Latin America, but then we're going to focus on other regions as well. And the idea is to think of 3 archetypes of individuals that are participating in this, which are policy advocates, policymakers, and AI technical researchers. So these are the 3 individuals, groups of individuals that we're thinking to support in order to maximize the voice of the region. And the final point, and the point that I'm going to talk about most in this conversation is about a term that we are really pushing for, which is called AI loyalty. And just to go really briefly into it, one of the big challenges in AI discussion, academia and in industry, is the alignment problem. How are we going to align increasingly powerful AI systems to the values, to the rules of organizations, countries, and people? This is a really big problem, and there's really no way to solve it all completely just thinking about, hey, I've solved alignment. So AI loyalty is our attempt to take a niche part of it, a very small part. And the idea is that we focus on loyalty on the end user. And we think about systems that should be loyal to that end user. Specifically, you can think of some fiduciary systems. Fiduciary means a system that has a legal responsibility to a user, such as doctors, lawyers, investment advisors, even real estate agents in some countries have a fiduciary duty to their end users. So, and I'll talk about this later, the idea is that loyalty is a really good way to begin this conversation and think about how do we not want incentives to be disaligned between the decisions that an AI system makes and the outcomes for an end user. Thank you, Christina, back to you.
Thank you so much, Carlos. And last but not least, and I'm very curious, Hillary, to hear your perspective. Welcome to the panel, and certainly welcome your perspective on what our other panelists have said, but also understanding what you're working on within this context.
Sure. Hi, everybody, and thanks for the invitation again. So my name's Hillary from an organization, Society Inside, and that sort of does what it says on the tin in a way, you know, taking a riff off Intel, which is the purpose of innovation, not for just technological possibility or making money, but for the needs of people and planet. So for me, you know, this is AI is sort of the latest kid on the block because I'm about 112. This idea of responsible business has been, you know, how to do it, how to innovate responsibly has been happening since the 80s, really, in the 90s. And in the last 20 years, I've been involved in what's now called responsible research and innovation, with nanotech, with biotech, robotics, even neurotech recently, and quantum tech and other non-tech forms of innovation. So how do we develop it responsibly? How do we regulate? How do we involve citizens and civil society organizations in the development and the regulation? And two current big areas for me with AI specifically, but also particularly gene editing and AI coming together a lot, is about how to do responsible regulation. So I did a project on trust and governance. The concept being, how can the governance of the technology in its own right earn public trust? And we all learned this in COVID really clearly, when the approval process for the vaccine was as important for vaccine hesitancy as sort of public acceptance of the vaccine itself. And suddenly everyone's going, oh yeah, I know what you're on about now. So there's quite a lot of work on that, and some work on this new concept of outcome-based collaborative regulation. Again, doing regulation with people, not in silos with regulators just imposing it on people. And secondly, with another organization, the European Centre for Not-for-Profit Law, who I think some of you will know, on meaningful engagement with human rights AI impact assessment. And we're pulling this idea of meaningful engagement out separately because everybody, I think now and in the previous panel, talked about we've got to do this with society, we do it with NGOs, we must do it all together. But actually, we haven't really seen as much as we would like about what makes engagement meaningful for participants and for those convening it. And that's what I will perhaps talk about a little bit much more later.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Hillary. Also a really good reminder, which I sometimes tend to forget, but it's the fact that we are on a continuum, right? Technology isn't new. There's been different types of technology, but it's also helpful to think that we're still not in the, or we've moved on from the era of the seatbelts, right? We talk about seatbelt invention, but we are further out. We've had a lot of interventions and inventions since that time. And so helpful to understand where we are on that continuum as we find ourselves in the moment, but also head into the future. So definitely want to open up the panel with questions. But before I dive in with my questions, I want to look at our chat because we had a question for you, Dex. Specifically, the question is there a specific cycle which the oversight board submits suggestions, or is it on a constant line to Meta with the ability to address issues immediately? I think it would be helpful to understand that before we dive into other issues.
That's a great question. So the main mechanism by which we make recommendations to Meta is through our cases. So when the board picks up a case, we can accept cases through two routes. One is when users of Facebook and Instagram appeal to the board, and the other is when the company actually says, we need your help on a particular case where we would like another opinion. And in those cases, there is a binding element that I mentioned. So the board can say, this piece of content was removed from Facebook and Instagram by the company, you've got to put it back. Or we can say, this is a piece of content people want to see removed. We've looked at it. We actually think that needs to be taken down. And that's binding on the company. The company complies with the board's decisions there. We also, in each of those cases, use that case to diagnose a broader set of problems within the company. So, because there are obviously millions of pieces of content being posted, every, day on Facebook and Instagram, and there are billions of users. If we simply were, making decisions about individual pieces of content, that wouldn't be super useful to a lot of people. It would be a tiny, a drop in an ocean. What we do is we take those cases and we're looking at the broader systemic problems that may be leading to outcomes like that for users. So in the case where you might have a piece of content that's been removed, in one part of the world. We're also looking to see, are the policies that were crafted for how that content is moderated, are they biased against users from a particular region? Does the company have sufficient language expertise or cultural knowledge to actually moderate that content appropriately? Was the user given transparency about why their content was removed so they can actually understand and then appeal that decision effectively, which is, of course, critical to having a human rights-based approach to speech here. So that's how we manage that set of appeals and how we deliver policy recommendations. There is another mechanism, though, which isn't attached to cases. We call them policy advisory opinions, slightly clunky jargon, but basically on particular big topics where it's not just about a single case at all. And Meta already realizes they've got a challenge across many, many different areas. They may say, can you look at this more broadly? Prepare an opinion and come back with something that is very detailed on how a policy or an issue should be tackled. And so the board, did this with one policy advisory opinion already. It was, how should we share private residential information on social networks? So if you can find the address of a person, out there in the world, and it's somebody who's a public figure or in the public spotlight in some way, what is appropriate to share on the platform? And how do you think about that in terms of human rights, the safety of users, expression, and balance all of those things? And we're currently preparing a policy advisory opinion on how Facebook's and Instagram's cross-check system works. So this is the system that the company uses to make decisions about public figure accounts and accounts that need another look for various reasons. And we're also doing an opinion at the moment about how the COVID-19 misinformation policies have been working for the company. And these are all policies, I should stress just before I stop, is that we engage heavily with the public. So anyone can submit a public comment that then will be read by the board. And many of the comments that we get from researchers, from civil society, from folks exactly like the folks on this call, they go into shaping how the board actually crafts its opinion or its decision in the end.
Great. Thank you so much, Dex. That was really helpful additional insight. And in my mind, I'm actually imagining a world now where citizens maybe could even be asked the right questions powered by AI, capable of reading and contextualizing their honest feedback and even answers. And so, Jovan, I'm wondering, in this new world of AI, can we start to envision sort of an environment driven by direct representation from the people, from citizens, with some AI algorithmic capabilities behind the scenes that ensures integrity? And could that be disruptive to how governments, diplomacy, and even democracy work? Is this the era that we're entering where it's all about the citizens and less so about government and the traditional institutions of democracies that we've had? Or is that sort of a far reach, I guess?
No, Christina, this is what is already happening, as a matter of fact. And this is I would say, fundamental question of our era. Which will be discussed as a part of what we often at Diplo call the negotiation of new digital social contract, as we are negotiating it during this session and in all of our encounters. We as a government, citizens, academia, parliaments, businesses, and others. And those social contracts were negotiated in the history from Confucius in Asia, to Aristotle, Plato, David Hume, Thomas Hobbes, and Enlightenment. Now, the real question here is not if AI can make optimal decision. AI most likely will make more optimal decision than us. As we know, the narrative that Facebook, Google, and others probably know better our preferences than we know it ourselves. Therefore, we are now facing ultimate battle between our free will, human-centered approach, and optimization. Or if you want to put it this way, and it's illustrated behind me on this banner, it's a battle between two pillars of modernity, on if you call enlightenment. Free will, human-centered approach, and optimization. On optimization side, you have science, mathematics, everything that makes our life nicer and easier. On the other side, you have a human free will and basically three types of choices that we have to make. Political choices in democracy, market choices in the economy, and personal choices about choosing the partners and in our day-to-day life. Now, what is happening currently is that AI can make optimal choices, but the ultimate decision is, if we want to have this optimal choices, should we preserve some niche for human imperfection? Should we preserve some niche for the free will? Or should I, for example, just ask AI what, based on my profile, which social media and others know quite well, should be my vote on the next referendum here in Switzerland? that choice would be probably more optimal than my choice driven by, as you can see on the left-hand side, my logos, my ethos, my heart, and my pathos, my intuition. Though it is a big debate, and I think that it's not the question if it is possible. The real question is how to preserve human free will and our agency as human beings. And ultimately, it is the battle for the basically legacy of the Enlightenment era, which shaped current moment and last few centuries. Battle between human-centered society based on free will and optimized society based on science, technology, and other developments.
That immediately makes me wonder, Hillary, and I'll invite you into this conversation because I think you'll have an interesting perspective. Just because we can, doesn't mean we ought to or we should.
You're not getting an answer out of me for that one. That is obviously one of the big questions in every single technology. What we discuss with that question is who's to tell? Who's going to answer that? How physically are we going to make those sorts of decisions? And I haven't seen any great answers so far on the big why should we even do it at all question. But that also is made more likely and is better made through a more collaborative approach than what happens often now, which is the market decides, or some sort of slightly random, coming from Britain at the moment, random decision by a politician decides. So I think one of the things I like about there's two sides of AI, isn't it? How is it undermining democracy and can it uphold democracy? Is that there is a possibility of democracy even being strengthened through the use of, I'm going to use digital technologies, because not AI, because it's just such a silly word, to help public decision making, to help us say, do we want it, do we not? And all of those sorts of questions.
That's great. So you just said something, Hillary, which is let's not look only through the negative lens, if you will, at digital technologies, but let's also put the positive lens as well, because it's always about a balance, and there is a balance. Question perhaps of what balance that is, but there are two sides to every coin. And so I know that Winston Churchill once said democracy is the worst form of government, except for all others that have been tried. Right. So looking at the fact that we do have an opportunity in front of us, but we also have risks, do we need to be thinking about debates on democracy in the context of these digital technologies and AI, perhaps to achieve a better understanding of how to engage various models and modes of democracy? Or is that taking it too far? What could this look like in terms of democracy of the future? Is that something that should be up for debate, do you think, from a governmental perspective? Or is there sort of a stop where we know that we've gone too far?
So first of all, Churchill, of course, was right. And I totally agree. There's another thing to that, to what democracy is and policy does. It's doing the doable thing, not necessarily the right thing. And that's something I learned a lot the past few years since I'm in the parliament. And that's often forgotten because, of course, science says you have to do this, that would be the right thing. And then you have, I don't know, companies that say that's the other right thing. We are doing the doable thing. So that means you're going to need majorities. You're going to need to convince. In Switzerland, usually you're going to have to convince a majority of the people, because we have referendum 4 times a year. For some days a year, we vote on about 10 to 12 to 14 from time to time quite complex, challenging questions. So from a Swiss perspective, with a direct democracy, we have the means, we have the processes in order to actually debate complex things. Not always votes are again going into the right direction, but the doable direction. So again, that notion, I think that's really important. So what I think the most important thing is that there is actually debate. We have the luxury that we as people can somehow define what's going to be in the media for 3 months, before the votes, usually media begin to cover the questions we're going to have to respond to. And that's 4 times a year. So that's huge, because you actually have to talk about it. We had complex things also with the EID question we had past year. That was quite an interesting bill. So the question was, who is actually providing a digital identification in cyberspace? And there was a big discussion around that. And we as a society learned so much, because there were so many articles, debates and stuff. So I think whatever is going to come, we're going to need platforms where we as a country or as a society in whatever country is actually able to discuss these quite complex things. And I really have to say I'm a huge fan of our system, because this part is really great. We can actually somehow do agenda setting from the bottom. It's great. So that's the first thing I really like to share. So I can only invite you to go down that direct democracy road, even though sometimes it's quite messy and really challenging. But overall, it's a great thing. But to come back, what we actually should do. I mean, I'm a person. I've done a lot of software development. I was somehow raised professionally in an agile world, in an open source world, in a transparent, in a multi-stakeholder open source community world. And what is happening there? You do baby steps, transparent. You try, you fail, you learn, you adapt. So these kinds of things should happen, especially with AI, with deep learning, machine learning, with stuff that obviously is somehow hard to deal with. So let's do baby steps. Let's try that. Let's define a scope where we actually figure out what is going to happen when we apply this here in a specific context. We actually even passed a bill a few weeks back in the parliament where we gave the authorities the opportunity to work on pilot projects without having the legal base for a limited amount of time and a defined scope, in order to be able to figure that out. Because I don't know how that is in your countries, but normally the state cannot act on whatever he wants to. He needs the legal base. So we gave him the legal base to be able to act within pilot projects to get better insights for the regulation you're going to actually need for the next bill. So I'm a huge fan of small steps, fail fast, fail early, figure it out. What's going to be the next step? Be transparent, incredibly transparent. Be transparent about incidents. That would be one thing I'm going to really want to work on. Let's learn from incidents. Let's not scandalize them. Just let's learn from it. So I'd like to have some sort of non-shaming but empowering place where I can look. We tried this, it worked at that point, but they're broke, and that's what we've learned. So here, get that info and do it better. That's the thing. What we have to do in companies anyway, and what we also should do in policy, especially with fast-moving things like AI, like machine learning, like algorithm. I actually also really liked Hillary's comment on that. It's digital. Let's not be too narrow with all these terms, because many times I hear AI and stuff, and it's not. But yeah.
That's a great point, Gerhard. And I'm actually going back to another comment that Hillary made in the chat to everybody, right? Which is, it's not necessarily that AI or technology is flawed and it's actually risking democracy. And correct me if I'm wrong or paraphrasing incorrectly, Hillary, but what's happening is these emerging technologies are emphasizing cracks in the underlying system that were already probably present. We just weren't aware of it. And that certainly could go either towards democracy, it could go towards things like mental health, it could go towards everything. It's just being exasperated by these new technologies. We're becoming more aware of them. And so Dex, I'm wondering from your perspective, because we are in a situation where we can certainly see cracks in our existing systems, but there's also opportunities. We had a question around mental health and teenagers affected by certain posts. It's not that teenagers or even individuals are now being impacted in a new way, if you will, by comments, by information that is being thrown at them. It's just that we're actually in a new era where it's more global, it's maybe louder than, you know, in a classroom setting, or perhaps my neighbor shouting over my fence at me. And so that's an interesting opportunity, right, for us to understand what are the new capabilities, but also incorporate smart thinking in terms of how do we move forward and what kind of guiding principles we need to build into the system so we have a sound foundation going forward. Back to your point, I think the oversight board is unique in the industry, and there's an opportunity, I think, for big tech, but also other businesses to learn from you. And so how do you see that getting incorporated? What are the guiding principles you think maybe the rest of businesses ought to adopt, whether it's just within democracy or even the broader cracks that we're starting to see, and how do we fail quickly, as Gerhard just said, learn and then move on?
Yeah, well, I mean, I will say, as a former Silicon Valley guy, I very much appreciated Gerhard's point about the need to fail fast and to have you know, a space, you know, these sandboxes in which we can try to test and iterate you know, quickly so that we can serve users. That's obviously critical for the advancement of the technology. I think what I'd stress, though, is when it comes to looking at the societal impact of these tools and the way we think about regulation of these tools, we have to be extraordinarily cautious. And obviously, there are tremendously exciting and valuable applications of AI. You know, probably by the time, you know, we've all got on this call, you know, and got up in the morning and checked our phones, we've probably interacted with dozens of AIs doing all sorts of fantastically useful, probably quite dry things in the background, which help improve the way our information ecosystem operates. But, you know, certainly AI hasn't advanced to the stage yet where, you know, I feel comfortable, and I think most people feel comfortable, we're simply entrusting it with management of extraordinarily complex societal questions. You know, actually what we found in navigating through the you know, range of cases that the board has taken on over the last couple of years, some of which have had dimensions that have been exacerbated by automation and by algorithmic moderation. Actually, we see all sorts of places where AI falls completely short because it's not possible to determine the huge amounts of nuance you need to actually protect users in situations which aren't conventional or not what the AI was designed for, often with a very Western-centric lens, of course. Going to the point about democracy, right? So, you know, I don't think a system where, you know, let's put on our, you know, crystal ball gazing, you know, vision and look into the future. I don't think we're talking about a direct democracy. I don't think we're talking about a Swiss model where everyone gets to vote for what they see and for the kinds of futures we see here, because actually in this extraordinary global, complex, messy society that operates on these platforms, actually, I think that's a recipe for disaster. I think having you know, people simply vote for what's popular actually will exacerbate many of the problems you already see with content that's been amplified because it goes viral and because of the way the algorithms are structured. I do think we should think about what can be more democratic, though, than what we currently have, which is where we have systems that are often very opaque. They are highly centralized and you know, managed by very small numbers of decision makers who are not accountable in any way. And they lack the transparency. And I think Gerhard and others made the point about transparency. And that's what I would really focus on, right? I think a system that is more democratic, that is more accountable, will be one that involves a large degree of transparency so that the many different communities and the many different voices in society who need to be part of you know, deciding what kind of future we want, they are able to understand how these systems operate, what the impact are on our lives. I think we need to be transparent as well with what are the principles that are underpinning the way we are constructing these systems and the decisions, the values that go into framing these systems. You know, often what makes this so challenging and why these debates often they do tend towards the sort of very theoretical and abstract quite quickly is because these are extraordinarily difficult intellectual challenges and there's no one right path. There are many different trade-offs in each of the systems and different paths and in the different ways we moderate content, certainly. And what we need to be able to do is to simply be open about what those different trade-offs are. And I think users will ultimately vote with their feet as well, right? Different platforms, different approaches to solving these systems will obviously result in the proliferation of many, many different apps and services. And we'll also see there what is popular, and that is a form of accountability as well in the digital age. Of course, we aren't trapped within these platforms, as much as some digital nihilists would like us to think. Actually, we can choose to click or swipe away very, very quickly. And actually, what we're seeing within the industry right now, of course, and without mentioning any particular companies, we are seeing particular news services rising very, very quickly, getting huge amounts of engagement, and actually other traditional services that have been around for a long time, actually their user base is evolving now. So I think those are just some of the things I would think about in terms of how can we make this fairer for more users and more democratic, but short probably of a direct democratic model.
And Dex, when you talk about transparency, the first thing that comes to my mind are standards. Is this an opportunity to develop a set of standards for the entire industry to adopt so we have transparency and can compare oranges to oranges? Or are we still too early, you think, in the technological cycle to be able to get at that?
I mean, that's probably a question for our standards expert here, but I will say I do think the mechanism of independent oversight of these very challenging issues, I think that is a good approach. I think it is something that, we obviously created the board to test whether that worked. I think it is working. It is having an effect on how Meta treats its users, and a positive effect. It's something that I think more companies should think about. And I think that will be incredibly valuable for building trust and credibility with a lot of stakeholders, with a lot of communities who historically have not been well represented and served by these platforms.
And so, Carlos, it isn't easy to, make any type of AI system explain themselves, or it doesn't seem that easy on the surface. But without a basic understanding of how a given implementation of AI works, or some standards at the level of either individual decisions or even systems functionality, as we've discussed, are we obscuring the ability to hold AI and its developers and, deployers to account? How do you think that society can address this issue?
Christina, that's a great question. And I really like the way that Gerhard, in his talk, discussed about quick ways to make progress in AI. And one of the really quick ways to focus on a really small issue is this idea of AI loyalty, the idea that we have to think about who these AI systems need to be share objectives with. So fiduciary systems, the ones that we're focusing right now, are systems that are in play with certain professions. When someone becomes a doctor, a lawyer, a financial advisor, they have to go through a good amount of certification. And that is because they are more knowledgeable about their field than a customer will ever be. So when we go to the doctor, we ask for their advice and we trust them. They have a Hippocratic oath. When these systems, when AI systems start complementing, and in some cases in the future, supplanting the diagnosis or prognosis or recommendation choices of doctors just because of their capability of looking at thousands or millions of academic articles and remembering them in the same way that a human cannot, they're going to make many decisions or many recommendations that people are going to have to trust in some way or another. And this trust is the most important thing about this trust is we have to have transparency in whose objectives are being focused on. So in the case of a medical AI system, we can think of several stakeholders that could be the objective function of an AI system. It could be a hospital. Now, do we want a medical AI system to have the objectives of a hospital first? Probably not, because at least in the United States, medicine is for profit. And in most cases, what would happen is that they'll try to minimize costs, and then decisions would be influenced by that. And we don't really want that. Do we want doctors to be the objective of medical AI system? Maybe not. And I'm using the case of the US because that's where our work is focused on, because they might want to minimize malpractice. In the US, you can sue your doctor for a wrong decision. What we want in medical AI is probably patients to be the center of this, health outcomes. What is best for the patient? The same thing we want in other fiduciary systems, such as lawyers. Do you want a law firm in an AI system to be the main objective function of that system? Probably not. We want what is best for the person receiving that law advice. Now, there are other types of loyalty that need to be considered where it is non-fiduciary. For instance, in a voice assistant, if you were to ask your voice assistant, hey, take me from place A to place B, and the voice assistant has a contract with a fast food company, then it might say, oh, let me take my person from point A to point B, but let me pass them through the voice, through through the restaurant because I know it's noon, they have not eaten, and there's a 3% chance that they'll go into this restaurant. And we don't want those kinds of decisions being made that way. We think it is necessary to have transparency in terms of the loyalty of AI systems. And this is a very small step that Gerhard, I think Switzerland or the European Union or other nations can really think about. And there was one quick question that V. Silva asked about the priorities of the Future of Life Institute. I'm not going to go in depth on it, but something that my organization just released, not publicly, but we're about to do so next Monday and Tuesday, love to share it here in the chat, is a paper defining general purpose AI systems. This is a term that's been created by the European Union to kind of characterize really highly capable systems. And we think that there's a really great opportunity to define these systems in a way that is more concrete and more actionable. And I'll leave that there as something that we haven't shared yet, but will come out on Monday and Tuesday. So hope people like it.
So this is the inside scoop. Thank you, Carlos. That's very helpful. And Hillary had a comment and almost a question. So Hillary, I'm going to actually let you speak up and pipe in here rather than reading out your comment in the chat, if you don't mind.
Well, it was about incentives. I think that's one of the things, the lessons of all of this at this time is the incentives that we have to do something differently than perhaps the incentive of making money in scientific kudos would help. I felt that the IEEE and ISO were doing quite a good job on standards, and I just wondered, really, is that not the case? Is it because what happens with standards is that there's got to be a body of sort of pressure that this is the standard and you should adopt it, or else they just languish. And I just was actually just interested to know. We seem to have a lot of this stuff. We seem to have a lot of regulation, a lot of standards, quite a lot of things going on, and whether this is my imagination or they're not right or not is the question I was just asking, really.
I think it's a brilliant question because I oftentimes think about the World Wide Web Consortium and the accessibility standards that we've had for many, many decades. And yet I don't see a lot of organizations or even individual developers leaping forward saying like, yes, I'm doing it. And yet when I talk to them, it's like, yes, brilliant idea, wonderful standards. Of course we should make technology accessible. And yet when we look at even the most basic of technologies like, the old www HTML is still not accessible across the board. And so, what are we missing here? If we have standards, is it the case that we really do have to act with a regulatory hand? Or is there an opportunity to maybe start adopting standards in a different way going forward so we don't necessarily have to rely on the heavy hand of regulation? And I'll open that up to anybody on the panel if you would like to chime in, because I certainly don't have the magic formula. I'm not certain that there is one. Thoughts?
Go Carlos, go Carlos. He knows, he's the one that knows.
Well, what I can say is that standards are considered soft law. Soft law is any program that creates substantive expectations but is not directly enforced by government. The reason soft law is so powerful is that anybody can create it. If the six of us today want to create principles for AI, we can do it. And that is our soft law. Standards is a form of that, but it's something that takes several years and multi-stakeholder participation. And through our research, we found that there's three incentives for why soft law is implemented or used by anybody, because the big weakness of soft law and standards is that it is voluntary in nature. They only work if institutions apply them, use them, and find them useful. So the three reasons why any soft law program can work is, the first one is government uses it. And government says to society, hey, I'm going to create soft law, and government does this all the time. And if you don't follow it, I'm going to create hard law. This is super powerful because it's a signal to society saying, you better follow my lead or I'm going to use my stick on you. The second reason is because organizations in the private sector and other parts of society do not want hard regulation and create their own soft law. There's amazing examples of this in the video game industry in the United States in the early 90s when Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter were using blood and people were really upset about this. the video game industry wanted to protect itself against hard law and created the system that we now have to catalog games as violent or mature, and that is soft law. And the very last incentive for soft law to be effective is companies and other organizations will use it if it's in their self-interest. There's no other more powerful reason than using principles or standards and saying, oh, this benefits me. In the case of standards in the United States, if a company messes up in some way, they can go to court and say, I used best practices through a standard and I messed up, but I tried my best not to mess up. And judges in the court systems can say, hey, you know what? You're right. You did mess up. We're gonna punish you. But because you use standards, that is a mitigating circumstance to diminish any penalty, being it financial or any other. So that's a really strong incentive to do that. There's other reasons such as reputation. And I'll put a little bit of the, oh, Hillary, you're awesome. You put the website where we did that research. Thank you for that. But yeah, we've done a lot of work and written some papers on that.
Yeah, just to add on to what Carlos said, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Those are incredibly compelling examples that Carlos just gave. This is exactly why, the Oversight Board, moved into the space we did, because there are obviously the big government regulatory approaches to these things. They often move extraordinarily slowly. There's an online safety bill in the UK, Hillary, which has been moving at a snail's pace. It's still not over the line. I feel this thing has been going on forever. And when it finally gets to maturity and, this thing passes and it's implemented, yes, I think it will have a positive impact. But in the meantime, innovators are moving at light speed and technology is advancing incredibly rapidly. And we need other approaches that are able to keep up with that. But also, all the things that Carlos just talked about, they aren't about letting organizations or innovators off the hook or allowing to play fast and loose with thinking about their responsibilities to society. They're actually simply saying the costs and where these things are coming from and who should be crafting these sets of standards. They actually are things that are often better kept closer to the innovators who are actually building these technologies. So in the case of the Oversight Board, right? We work obviously very, very closely with Meta. We operate independently from them in the way we make decisions, but we want the company to do better for its users. So we're constantly in dialogue with them. When the board was launched, people said, oh, this isn't a government regulatory approach. Is this about letting Meta off the hook? And actually, my point of view on this was no, it was saying that you have a responsibility to invest resources into fixing your own problems. So actually, I think you can have very, very powerful outcomes from folks who are, pursuing change, working together, collaborating, but you're stopping short of having more statutory regulation.
Hillary, over to you really quickly. Oh, sorry, we're gonna circle back to you, but I want to make sure that Hillary gets her comment in first. She raised her hand.
I just wanted to say this about the online harms bill when actually ask Gerhard about it, because I'm not close to it, but there are two reasons why it's so slow. A, it's very difficult to balance privacy, the freedom of expression and online harms, and it's not addressing the business model properly. Of the companies that are doing it. So it's missing the point of it. So there are other reasons. So I just wanted to then ask Gerhard about that. So part of the problem is the collaborative approach that we've done with this online harms hasn't worked at all. And it's not necessarily that it's, slow, pedantic regulators who can't do it properly. It's blooming hard. And I just wondered how you did it.
Okay, so thank you so much for this question. I mean, Switzerland is usually not the fastest moving country with policy making, but it does solid policy making, and I think that's a big difference. So we move slowly, but coherently, I'd say. There's a thing to that why it actually I think it can work, and it's because we usually don't do a online, whatever bill, and we're going to call it that. We look at our existing bills and try to figure out what's actually just the same, but in another context. I give you an example. There was a bill, it was quite a big legal reform on blockchain, on distributed ledger technologies. That was the name of the reform. But we didn't pass a blockchain bill. We adapted 9 existing laws. And I guess the word doesn't even appear, blockchain or DLT, I guess just once or so, because yeah, this thing can in principle be a contract. It can be money, it can be a token, or it can be a share of something. So it's just, we know that. It's just different. It's in another context. So what I actually find interesting in this approach, you regulate principles, and you already have principles in place. So I like the approach, and Swiss policymakers are quite proud of that approach. We don't always achieve to do it that properly, but it's about principles, and there's a lot of principles already out there. So how can we make them compatible with what's new? Because not everything's new. A few things are new, but just a few things. So try not to, or one could really try not to just make a new bill and make that all within one single basket, because it's going to be connected with other things that are already there. So I think that's an approach that can really work. And if you look at AI or other things, you might find that approach useful, I guess. There's another thing I'd like to stress here about soft law. There's another thing I like a lot about mandatory self-regulation. I don't know if you know that in your countries, but in our country, especially in the finance sector, it's the sector that actually can propose what the sector thinks is useful, and then regulators just going to say, that's now mandatory for everyone. It emerged and it's good enough, and that's it. That's going to be binding for the whole sector. So I like that quite a lot. So because it's hard law, but softly emerged, and that's another interesting approach, I guess, that could be helpful. Nevertheless, we didn't do much in this whole area of AI and machine learning. I wouldn't know of anything in Switzerland. We really did, because we are very often followers. We try to adopt what others do. We try to learn from others, but we are not the fast movers. To go back to my previous point, there's another thing I'd like to put on the table here. Maybe it's a bit the elephant in the room, and it's about incentives. I mean, Hilary, you were talking about this. I mean, what are the business models? What makes money? I mean, we can have the greatest ideas of how we could tame, I don't know what, but if it's profitable, hugely profitable, it's going to be hard. It's going to stay hard. And I think there we really have to talk about first, if you do something wrong and you make a lot of money, it's going to have to be existential if you're doing something wrong. So either you're going to get the access to this market to be very profitable and to make a lot of money, and that's actually the case right now. But then you have to live with the existential threat. When you do harm, you're going to be closed down. Right now, it's not that way. You can be quite I'm going to provoke you a bit, but it's like Wild West without having to be accountable for stuff. And I mean, that somehow is special in digital markets, because no one ever was accountable for whatever didn't work out so well. We don't know that. I mean, Thomas Schneider said that in the previous talk. I mean, and try to sell a car that's broken and people get hurt. That's existential for the company is selling these kinds of products. And there's some sort of culture, but you have to be cautious because you're dealing with society. So it has to be existential. And if we can't regulate detailed technicalities, we're going to have to regulate principles, the big lines. But there we're going to have to get better, because right now I think it's too dangerous, and people going to turn away and try to fight back in a way that probably the markets don't even like to see. So we're going to have to establish a better balance. Right now, from my perspective, it isn't balanced, and it is. I'm part of the industry. I somehow was lucky to be like being free to float around and doing stuff, but I think we have to get civilized a bit more in digital, because we're not there yet.
Those are really great and also heartening comments, Gerhard. And it actually strikes me, or I guess it reminds me of Julie Munn-Grant, who's the e-safety commissioner for Australia, who managed to pass a bill that includes safety by design for all technology. And so very much looking at technology, Hillary, back on that continuum that you've spoken about, not calling out AI or VR or AR or wherever point in time we are at this moment, but rather just thinking about technology holistically and ensuring that we have safety by design, which can include privacy and other principles. I'm wondering, are we at a point where we can define those principles, especially as we think about loyalty? Right. I think it's a very interesting concept around loyalty. And it brings me back to a comment you made earlier, Hillary, which is, should we be thinking about technologies, not just AI, as less of an it and more of, either a trusted friend or potentially our worst enemy? How do we actually embed principles? Like, where do we even start on that front?
Are you asking me?
I'm going to ask you.
Okay, ask me then. Well, I tell you what. So this is my last 20 years. My friend Richard Jones, who used to be the PVC of Sheffield University, said the key problem started with what he called the economy of promises, which was how tech and science in the academic setting and in the funding setting, we see this with unicorns in the US. It's all about an economy of promises and not about what you can do. And I heard the other day, the unicorns, it's all about the narrative, darlings. It's not about if we can do anything or not. And these people have got too much money by far. So the economy of promises starts it. So then, you get your money from your research council for something that's not going to work, but then you have to sort of bullshit your way around the fact that it hasn't. And so you come up with something else. So that's all hanging around there in the funding side. And then there's another aspect of that, which is then we have to deal with what this guy, a great academic, called it was basically about perception of ethics that were about the economy of promises. It's speculative ethics. So then we have to waste an awful lot of time thinking about that. But actually, instead of doing what David Santillu, who was the chief scientist of Greenpeace, did on a nanotech project I was with 10 years ago, he said, we spent 10 years worrying about the definition of nano. We should have spent, and put AI, neuro in there, we should have spent all that time thinking, what are we worried about and what are we not worried about? Not worrying about the things we're not worried about and addressing head on the things, including business models, that we are not worried about, because business models are so important. And that includes the academic business model of academic papers, grants, and the whole gravy train of it, and their cul-de-sac of knowledge, I call academia. That means all that money and time is spent not actually contributing to human needs, people, and planet.
I want to call Jovan on you for a moment just to respond to that, because I think you have several thoughts here, especially when it comes to business models, academia, and how we can incorporate some of those to influence the business world. Any thoughts before we move on to our audience questions? Oh, we might have, Jovan, are you with us still?
Yeah, I had to step out a bit. Now I'm back. Yes, no, that's true. There is, as I commented, there is inflation of principles. There is inflation of talks. Yeah, we have just to employ a bit of modesty, a bit of common sense, a bit of understanding what technology really can do. What we do at Diplo, we know literally what technology, we analyze every technology from blockchain to the latest technologies. And yeah, you have to know what is happening. For example, you can regulate neural networks as much as you want, but there are limits about it. I have to admit that academia is basically laying behind the substantive discussions. There are general notions, and that's not promising, I would say, that there is either fear-mongering, there is no ground in discussion what first AI is about. I think there was statistics 2 years ago out of the companies that had AI in this description and title, only 40% of them were doing something with AI. It's not healthy discussion on technology. There are a bit of naive narratives. There are narratives basically just to move on and then to fix things. I think that has been pushed back, for example, with Facebook attempts to make a company to make money. There is more ex ante questions, what we are going to do with this technology, than ex post. Let's do it, then we'll fix the problems. Academia is not providing answers. There is a lot of hype. There are basically very little understanding how technology functions, what it can do, what it cannot do. That is an important task. I think this panel and this conference is basically to get back to basics, what we are talking about. And very often it's a common sense, like with any technology. It's a question of functionality, it's a question of and with power. I'm avoiding intentionally any discussion on AI and ethics because it became really inflated. You know, there are 400 ethical codes on AI, and that's generally speaking is not a good news from that sense. But I think, as Yuval Harari said, we need a clarity, and clarity is a power. We need a clarity in many issues, from geopolitics to AI, to technology, to what roles government should play, what business, what civil society. But currently, I think we are at the very beginning of this process of regaining clarity.
Thank you. That's really, really helpful. And I think lots of questions still ahead of us, but important to understand where to start and who needs to be in the room as we start those conversations to gain that clarity and that focus. I do want to be mindful of time. We have a slew of questions from our audience, really appreciate it. And for all of our audience members, keep the questions coming. I'm going to start with the first question that I'm going to expand the scope on. The question was, what about the idea of creating AI control agencies on the model of NTSB or FAA for aviation to oversee and control how AI is used across the board? I think we probably can expand that beyond AI to frontier technologies or just technologies in general. And I'm going to go over to you, Catalyst, just because I think that you have probably one of the first thoughts around this. Should we have an agency? Does that even make sense in context of what we're talking about?
It depends. It depends on how it is implemented. And it is very difficult to say that one agency should have control over absolutely any AI application, because all these decisions are contextual. How do we regulate within the same agency a system that is deciding the life or death of a person and another one that is recommending a song? I think to structure that agency, you would need something that works very well with the rest of government, because you can imagine that ministries of transportation want to do something with autonomous vehicles. There's going to be ministries of economy that want to do something about unemployment due to AI systems. I think Ryan Callow has an argument for the creation of such a agency. I think if it's done in a holistic manner, it would be an interesting idea. But to do that in any particular country might be very difficult. And even the EU AI Act is not even attempting to do that at all. It's not creating a mega agency dealing with AI. And it's the most comprehensive legislative effort in the world to deal with this technology. And it has a lot of courage to what it's doing. And to create such an agency that, like the one that you're describing, would be even more courageous and even more difficult to do, considering where we are now, how people are discussing AI. And yeah, I think that'd be a very difficult proposal.
Any other thoughts from the panelists on that front? Anybody have an idea or want to push out a proposal? Hillary?
I've been involved in something, an 18 million euro project. I won't even say anything about the price tag. Should there be a nanotechnology risk governance council? And what should it do? Should it be like the International Panel on Climate Change, which does, interesting, innovative research that proves whatever it's supposed to prove? Should it be a multi-stakeholder body to bring people together to think through the risks and the opportunities? And should it be an advisory board to the government, to European Commission? And it was interesting that there are many, as Carlos says, there's many possible routes for this. We've already got one proposed for gene editing. We've got one proposed for neurotechnologies. So every new tech has its own. We need an independent body. We need one. And so, but I think there is something there as an oversight body, perhaps to government, or there's various different options, and there are various different existing ones, even including like ombudsman for redress and those types of things. So I think not no, I think yes. But as Carlos so beautifully said, what does it do? What does it legislate on? What does it oversee, and how does it do it in a multi-stakeholder way is quite hard. But if you've got 18 million euros, really, I can really help.
Call Hillary. Gerhard, I think you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm pretty okay with what Carlos was just saying about. I guess it's going to be hard to have this one single institution that can oversee all of these things. I would choose a more decentralized approach here, because again, if I'm looking at the finance sector that I'm knowing quite well, also from a regulatory perspective, I mean, you have authorities that evolve, that regulate, that observe what banks do, what the financial sector does, and it emerges from this scope, because they know what's actually at hand, what's being done. So I think it can be included in authorities that are already there observing some part of the market, that can be health or finance. What might be useful, though, handy, that could be some sort of like the institution that's clearly like the tech authority. You can ask to get advice if it's too vast, too complicated to comprehend, and to include both perspectives. So what's the at hand a question, and what actually the technology does. But I personally wouldn't opt for the centralized institution that observes all these kinds of algorithms and stuff that are used. And then again, another aspect to that, I'd start simple. I mean, Pareto. We have things that cover that are out there already, that covers a lot of ground, and that you can grasp. And there are a lot of many small things you can't grasp yet. You can't somehow get into hand yet. So just focus on what's doable now and what has some sort of impact, but not try to make the perfect solution from the start.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, which it reminds me, maybe Dex, thinking about the oversight board. Is this an opportunity perhaps to see the industry step up and do some self-regulation or contribute perhaps to the solution? Because I can't help but think about industries such as the alcoholic beverages industry, right? We have OECD guidance, if you will, standards, but the industry has adopted those because they favor standards versus regulation, which is why they do things like they don't market to pregnant women anytime there's an alcoholic beverages. They don't put up advertising within 300 meters of schools. There's a set of standards and rules that the industry has adopted for itself. Do you think that's a possibility? Obviously not currently necessarily the expanded role of the oversight board, but is that maybe a start for businesses? Thoughts around that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what we're doing may be new for content moderation. It's not new generally. Independent self-regulation has been key for driving progress in a whole bunch of industries for many, many decades. And the thing that I always pause about when people start proposing creating some monolithic, ginormous new, government agency or bureaucracy to manage these things is technology is moving extraordinarily quickly. And the impacts of the technologies that are already here. AI isn't some future theoretical thing we're talking about. It's now. It's having a big impact on people's lives and on communities right now. And the time it takes to construct these ginormous new institutions is, every day that we spend, arguing about these things is another day where real solutions and collaborations could be being driven by the industry and by a bunch of other actors working together. So I think absolutely there could be a role to play for new institutions, within government, within regulators. But we've got to start with the principle of what are we actually trying to solve here? Not just think that creating an institution is a solution in and of itself. We've got to be very precise about it. And of course, we have to have all of these debates in the real world. the world is about to go into an extraordinarily challenging economic period for the next couple of years, perhaps longer. And I think publics are going to be extraordinarily demanding about where they see resources being used by decision makers. And so that, again, it calls upon the industry, the folks who have a vast amount of resources, are highly motivated as well to work on these things, and are obviously responsive to their customers, or at least good companies are. We should get them to step up and work on these things, and not just assume government can solve all these problems, which it can't.
And so, just a really quick follow-on question to that for you, because I do think it's very interesting. I mean, it's very innovative that Meta said, okay, we want an oversight board to help us out with all of these decisions. I did note that your scope is very much on Facebook and Instagram. Can't help but think about the fact that we are stepping towards the metaverse. I'm going to invoke the M word. And I'm wondering, this is also an opportunity possibly to take what we've learned from Facebook and from Instagram into the metaverse, into the new technologies that are coming down the line, thinking about this as being a continuum. Are you, as an oversight board, taking those lessons learned forward? And again, is that something that you might be willing to share with the industry, or help partner with the industry on, and invoke other businesses to do the same thing by standing up their own oversight boards?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, in terms of the metaverse, we take this very seriously. We are focused on where the majority of the content is today on Meta's platforms, which is why we have this focus on Facebook and Instagram. But content is evolving. One of the other things that we pay a lot of attention to is obviously how ephemeral content and, short form video has obviously become, one of the most engaging forms of content. And, you've obviously seen people switching to using things like TikTok, Reels on Instagram. Like, that's another area which calls upon us to change the way we operate, so that we can, continue to engage with how people are using and engaging with content. The metaverse is something which obviously Meta feels is very important in the future. It's something that, is not just a Meta specific thing. The metaverse is something which lots of companies and platforms have ambitions in. So we're studying it closely. It is obviously early days for how, these companies are thinking about what these platforms look like. But we are already talking to Meta on the question of, could we work with other companies? Absolutely. We are very much open to working with other companies. We talk to lots of them. We have good relations with a lot of different, industry leaders. And for us, we are not precious about whether folks say, down the road, they may want to work with us, or if they want to create their own thing. We think this is an approach that will be helpful for treating users better for a lot of platforms. And so if other folks want to go and have a go at it, and they want to study our learnings, that is great. It's something that we do all the time.
Carlos, you're nodding your head, which, I mean, to me, that sounds like an open invitation or an opportunity or a challenge, depending on how you describe it. Thoughts from you?
No, I love the work that Dex and the oversight group is doing. I remember that at the very beginning, the idea of having an independent body is soft law in itself, is thinking about how to self-regulate in a way that is responsible. And hopefully, I don't know what I'm completely ignorant about how the board works, but it'd be very interesting if other companies could also have access to it and pay for its services of third-party independence to have some sort of oversight with other content moderation issues that, it's super prevalent. I think in the end, what we all want is something that Hillary has highlighted a lot. We want to be able to trust that the things that we do and the decisions that are made by systems that do not have a human in the loop are not only effective, but equitable and are just. And we need to have some sort of moderation into that. I think the oversight board is a great example. I hope that other institutions also cover or do something similar. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that there is a database on soft law and how many programs there are out there. It's in the site that Hillary just published. And something that Jovan said is, he's right. There is a large body of programs out there. There's a huge market of ideas. And I see this market as something very good and something that can be negative. It is very good because it allows organizations to say, this is what we believe. And, in many instances, it's a copy or a variation. In many, it's not a very good copy, not a very good variation. In some, it's an amazing version of it. But I think what this market of ideas allows us to do is to consolidate. What are the best ideas out there? What are the worst ideas out there? And kind of reach some sort of consensus on what do we want to say overall. You know, people use words in very different ways. What does trust mean with AI? What does safety mean AI? If you look at an autonomous vehicle and you're thinking about mapping, getting someone from one point to another, does safety mean going the fastest way? Does it mean going through a neighborhood that has a lot of crime and might be difficult because something might happen to that person? So all these words have very different meanings depending on their context. And I think that this market of ideas is very valuable.
Brilliant, brilliant. Absolutely something we should be thinking about. I want to, Dex, mention to you that Hillary gave you a shout out in the comments section and also asked if you would maybe be able to comment a little bit on the Singapore project, specifically around what you're doing with the Open Loop project, experimenting in global governance. Thoughts, feedback, insights you want to share perhaps?
Yeah, I will say actually, we're not involved in Open Loop, or at least I'm not involved in Open Loop. So I'll have to punt that question to someone else.
Great. Well, that's all right. Thank you. Hillary, anything else that you wanted to share on that front, or just wanted to ask the question to folks? Okay, well, maybe that's something we can take offline. I think it would be very interesting to share that back. I personally am very interested, so appreciate you opening up the dialogue on that. Carlos, we also had a question around what are your main concerns with the EU AI Act proposal, and what would you like to see in the Act or to be modified there?
Yes, I have several colleagues that are part of the Future of Life Institute that dedicate their time exclusively on the AI Act. I've shared a paper on our vision of what general purpose AI systems, how they should be defined. We believe that general purpose AI systems, or acronym GPAs, which is shared with another institution, should be treated very carefully. One of the things that we need to do with these systems is to think about the future. And right now, a lot of the attention is on large language models. That is something that a lot of people are discussing. There's a lot of focus on that, but we need to look beyond that and think about what are the future systems that are going to affect us. It is not only text that we have to worry about, but we have to think about other capabilities. You know, Stanford researchers wrote a really good paper on how they define something called foundation models, and they discuss different capabilities of these models. Even then, there are many capabilities or use cases that are not included there. For instance, we don't see too many technologies on smell and taste. You can think how these technologies right now, maybe you don't see any use for it, but we have in the United States carbon monoxide detectors. We can't smell that. That is incredibly important for us to protect ourselves. Smell is something that we use not only in taste, but it's something that can be toxic to the environment, and other uses. Or taste is something that is incredibly important because you can imagine models that are creating foods for different circumstances or contexts that might be super important. So these are things that are incredibly important to our institution, and we can go deeper in that when we have more time.
No, that's great. Thank you. Just really quickly to run through a few of our other remaining questions. Dex, question for you here is, how could the decision-making process structure work and or impact the oversight body be further improved? What are the issues that your members still find difficult to overcome?
Yeah, I think there's two big issues, right? One is capacity. We have 23 board members. We are going to get some more board members soon, but we're dealing with platforms with billions of people, right? So it is a huge number of things. We're obviously focused on picking cases that are very significant, that raise questions that will impact, millions of users of those platforms, that speak to, fundamental questions about free expression, about public discourse, about Meta's policies. But we're obviously, always in need of more capacity. So, how the board is thinking about it is, how do we continue, to refine the kinds of cases that we're bringing in? What's our case model? How can we make decisions faster on some cases where they're less complex, which might supplement the work of those other cases which are going to take significantly more resources and which will continue to operate in the way that they're currently doing. I think the other piece is really just around public engagement. we are always working to talk to as many stakeholders as possible. I mentioned the public comment process. So for each case, we get researchers, experts, members of the public, different communities who are putting in comments, which the board takes very seriously. We need more of those. And because, a lot of the voices who are so marginalized within platforms and within online communities, they don't have the kinds of resources that actors in the global north have. We are always still, working to solve this challenge of how can we elevate more of these voices from the global south, from those underrepresented communities, and it's a challenge. So definitely, I think folks on this call, and I'm looking forward to following up with everyone. I think folks on this call will have ideas as well, but certainly that's a big priority for us, continuing to expand this so that we're hearing from as many different communities as possible.
That's great. Thank you so much for that. And then one last question here for you. Gosh, you're very popular today, Dex. I think we've covered a range, but a few other questions for you. One is, as a way of opening up people's thinking and avoiding rabbit holes that lead to polarization of the society, what is your view about platforms like Facebook using algorithms to specifically show content that is opposite to the person's natural preferences? And of course, thinking about it only from time to time, not constantly. So that's sort of a big question there, I think, especially about, what does it mean from time to time and who decides?
Yeah, I mean, actually, this is a really interesting topic, which we could definitely spend a couple of hours just talking about, right? Because, I think this speaks to, questions of ethics. It speaks to how we think about the obligations of platforms in terms of exposing people to different worldviews. I was actually just this morning, right before our panel, very, very quickly skimming this new piece of research that came out, looking at this concept of filter bubbles, which is something I'm sure we're all familiar with. And of course, there's been this idea that is very prevalent in certain circles that social media strongly amplifies filter bubbles. So the idea that we only end up talking to people like us, and that this has all sorts of terrible consequences for society. And actually, this latest piece of research, which just came out today, and which I'm looking forward to reading in more detail, actually strongly challenges that notion, which a number of other researchers have already done in the past, and said actually the real challenge with social media is that it actually is exposing us to many, many more diverse viewpoints. And it's our interaction with people we vigorously disagree with that then is allowing polarization to seep into our feeds and to pervade our conversations. So what I'm saying is, and I'm not taking a point of view on this right now, is definitely these are very complex issues, right? There isn't a single definitive point of view. These are questions that a lot of very smart researchers are tackling and coming up with very diverse findings. So I think, certainly, I often hear claims made about the algorithm or about how, different feeds function. And they are things which may rely on some data, but there's other data which challenges those viewpoints. And so actually this goes back to the point about transparency and about the importance of bringing in other actors and a lot more diversity into scrutinizing that data and that platform architecture. I think we need to have more voices present in these conversations so we can actually figure out what is the right way to approach these things. How are these platforms and these technologies actually impacting people? And actually, can we have some real understanding here?
Thank you. I feel like this is a really great start. We don't have hours to continue the conversation, unfortunately, but it feels very much like we're starting the right conversations. And so really appreciate those insights. I certainly welcome additional questions from our audience, but before we turn to any more questions, it feels like we've been talking a lot about risks, things that maybe aren't working, things that are broken, things that we need to still work on, which is great. We should be paying attention to that. But as I mentioned earlier, with every risk, there's also a lot of opportunity. And so I don't want to lose sight of that. I'd love to go down the panel and just ask each of you, what are some of your favorite use cases for AI that we may not be thinking about or aren't mainstreamed yet, but show promise or you're excited about? And so I'll start off with you, Gerhard, and hear from you. What do you look forward to or hope that we'll see?
I have to admit, I don't have that many examples because it was in this, let's say, democratic. The scope was democratic as when you sent us the email to prepare for this question. So I have to admit, I had a hard time to find good examples. I'm actually, I'd like to put forward here. Maybe just a brief comment on something that's somehow is around there. I mean, you maybe remember what Steve Jobs said, what computers are. They're the bicycle of the mind. They're not that anymore. There's some sort of self-driving drone that guides us through daily life, and that's at some point a bit frightening. I personally like to, even though it's in a Tokyo, I'd like to slow down a bit the pace, because we are having a hard time following, and we are having a hard time on so many levels. And I don't think it's gonna become great if we don't try to slow down. I think there is an opportunity to slow down a bit the system, because what we tax today and what we don't, for me, is not really, it's not really natural. We are in an attention economy, but we tax income, we tax work. That's somehow weird. I think we're going to have to work on that. What do we tax? Who's going to profit from what? We could actually put that in some sort of more sane, let's say, frame, if you're willing to do that. I don't think we're willing, because the power, the political influence is too big. We probably won't really change that in the near future. I'm going to work on that. I try to, because that's my role. Nevertheless, I have an example for an AI, and it's called a bot dog. It's an algorithm that sniffs hate speech, and that gives people an opportunity to pop up and to try to tame some discussion where it's too overheated, because when people somehow get observed by many, they tame. It's not always like that, but apparently it seems to be a bit like that. So this bot, it's quite new. It's from an organization here in Switzerland. Allianz AF launched that because especially women are very often in politics, especially in politics, really harassed on bad ways. I as a man, I don't have that. I just don't. It's really tough. It's sexist, and this bot, it's an AI learning algorithm behind that actually tries to figure out what is hate speech, and it learns from the feedback of users, and it actually gives a platform to somehow tame discussions online. So that's just one example I thought was useful also in democracy, in the scope of democracy. So that would be it.
That's a great one. Thank you so much. Dex, your thoughts? What are you looking forward to?
I'll take a slightly different approach. The thing I'm most looking forward to is AI translation technology just continuing to mature. There's a whole wealth of cultural products and properties and knowledge and information which is out there in the world, which people aren't accessing because it's in languages they don't speak. We obviously have translation technology, already, but it often remains crude. It works particularly well for certain languages, often from the global north very well. But as that technology matures, as we come up with more advanced systems that allow us to translate, things very, very quickly, I think actually we'll see far greater cultural exchange and sharing and collaboration. I look at the fact that the most watched TV show in history is Squid Game, from South Korea. 140 million people or something watched it, within the space of, just the first, month or so. And you would never have expected that the most watched TV show of all time came from South Korea, because historically, the traditional sort of, media outlets and organizations which have, presented, films would not have invested in making this kind of property accessible to so many different audiences in so many languages. And that's just one example of a cultural property, which actually audiences all over the world could be enjoying if they were simply able to access it.
I'm going to add a +1 Dex on that one. As a non-native English speaker, I too am hoping for that, and certainly more improvement, especially for select languages that are underrepresented at date. So good one. Hillary, over to you. What are you hoping for, or what is something that's not mainstream yet that you're really excited about?
Well, I am quite excited about the way, and I don't even know if it's AI or not, the Polis platform that was used in the V-Taiwan case study. I don't know if you're all aware of that, but basically in Taiwan, that citizens were asked through this platform and offline and online to help design laws. And it started with online alcohol, and where 3 years of infighting behind the scenes by stakeholders wondering what to do was sorted collaboratively by citizens through Polish, through V-Taiwan online. And I think there is something about this, and it has, as Gerhard has said, it has mechanisms that actually create shared ways of viewing things and depolarize. And I'm going to put in my in the chat. I've just evaluated this through a crowd law in Congress did an evaluation of this in relation to a framework for meaningful engagement that I've been involved in, that I would love your views on, where the actual purpose of this engagement, it's got to be a shared purpose between participants, it's got to be a trustworthy process, and there's got to be a visible impact that the engagement has made meaningful changes to what has actually happened. And I've used V-Taiwan as a case study, so I think it'd be interesting to see if something like that, which actually is genuinely improving democracy, could be something that could be used more regularly.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing that link and reading more. Thank you, Hillary. Carlos, what's exciting you? What's up next, do you think?
I think Hillary touched upon the very best example that really dives into the crux of this panel democracy. My example does not. It's a bad example. And I'm really excited about the risks and benefits of very niche technologies in realm of smell and taste, just because it doesn't seem to be getting enough attention or any attention, not because I think they're the most promising or the most important, but just because it seems something so important to our human interaction. We eat every day and we smell things all the time, except if you had coronavirus. But these are areas that not enough work has been done in, and I'm dedicating some time to.
Oh, I love that. I'm also going to give you a shout out +1 on that front, because I would love to be able to smell my mom's cooking at a distance. So absolutely, we need more of that. And then last but not least, Jovan, thoughts from you, any different kind of hopes that you have going forward for AI that we haven't seen mainstreamed yet?
Be careful with the smell microphones. You can get the favorite cake from mom, but there could be also some other surprises. Well, possibly 2, since we had a sort of lack of good examples. One is the French initiative for the offering the powerful computers to the bottom-up developers. The name is Bloom. There is OpenAI, but OpenAI is not as open as title says. That's basically, there are some open questions about transparency. But Bloom is initiative of French government. They invested a lot and they offered the supercomputers for people with full transparency to experiment with algorithms and to develop new applications. And basically to try to return that idea of the garage-based development to AI, which is disappearing because of simply need for processing power. And second example is related to what we are preparing in Diplo. We have the statement generator, speech generator. In many fora, we communicate by delivering statements, by contributing. And many civil society and marginalized groups are sort of shy when they join diplomatic or international meetings. Therefore, we are now finalizing speech generator or statement generator, which can help them to prepare basic statement, aligning with particular views on privacy, on data, on inclusion, on AI, on ethics. And the experimenting phase is progressing quite well. And that's, I think, we can empower these people and marginalized communities and civil society and the others to at least have the starting point to make their contributions.
Thank you so much. Those are all great. I'll add my very own, which is actually coming out, right? I think we're on the cusp of it, which is the ability to avoid any sort of swabbing around COVID, because there's an app for our phones where we can cough into it and determine whether or not we're positive for COVID or not. So good news, no more swabbing in the near future, I hope, for all of us.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of you on the panel today. Wonderful discussion. Really appreciated all of the questions from the audience as well. Just a reminder that we're heading into our second coffee break for the day. Feel free to grab your favorite cup of something, stretch your legs, tend to your email, but do come back. Make sure that you're going to join us at 5 o'clock, 1700 hours. Aisha Piotti is going to be talking with MEP Axel Voss on the EU AI draft. So Carlos, I hope you two will come back and we'll see what he has to say compared to what we've heard from you. But you don't want to miss this insightful conversation, so stay tuned. And thank you again to everybody, your perspectives, and certainly for starting a very important discussion that needs to continue past today.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hello and welcome everyone. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Aisha Piotti, Managing Partner of RegHorizon and Director of AI Policy at ETH Zurich Center for Law and Economics. It's my great pleasure to have you with us for this keynote session with MEP Axel Voss on the EU AI Act. MEP Axel Voss has been a member of the European Parliament since 2009. He is the European People's Party's coordinator for the Committee on Legal Affairs, as well as deputy of the Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs. Moreover, he was also the rapporteur of the Special Committee on the Artificial Intelligence from 2020 until 2022. He has also been shadow rapporteur of many other EU dossiers, including the GDPR. Now you can find his full bio on our event webpage. And during his address, MEP Voss will share the overall approach that EU is taking with regards to AI, the key elements of the EU AI Act, as well as next steps in terms of the process. Now his keynote is going to last for about 25 to 30 minutes, and then we will have a Q&A session. So please do jot down your reflections and questions as you listen to him, and I will do my best, of course, to bring them into the discussion. MEP Voss, it's our great pleasure and honor to have you with us today. So without any further delay, I would like to pass the floor to you.
Thanks a lot, Aisha, and thanks for this nice introduction, and also thanks for the invitation. AI is an extremely important issue, and I hope that we have a good exchange of views today because it's so important. We consider AI as a booster for the digitalization, and the meaning of AI can't be underestimated. So that's why I think it's extremely important also that we are getting this AI Act right. And I hope that we can still deliver something what is practical, what is supporting and supporting the AI itself as a technology, and also what might also support inventing of new technology and new business models and so on. So we have a lot to discuss in this AI Act. Of course, at first, this is the definition. Here, normally, the Commission came up from our perspective or my perspective with a very broad definition. And this is why I would say we need to focus on algorithms that are not producing like software always the same result. Then it wouldn't be a kind of an intelligent algorithm. So that's why we need to differentiate or to limiting the scope here a bit on these AI systems who are really can be named as artificial intelligence. So, and this would lead more and more to a kind of a situation where I would refer to the OECD definition, and this then might also help beyond the EU that we have, what we have in mind, what AI is. But then in addition, we are focusing on this in this AI Act on high risk AI systems. So, and at least what is high risk? And even here, I would say we are not differentiating enough so far that we might come forward with another idea of the Commission. They are focusing this a little bit on critical infrastructure and so on, and give some details in the annex of this act. And this is what I would consider is not detailed enough and not clear enough, so that we not only should focus on the environment of the AI, like critical infrastructure. No, we should also have a closer look to the critical use, to the context in which context it might be used, and then we can decide better on what is an AI high risk system. So these are, from my point of view, 2 points already where we have to discuss and exchange. Let me say from the beginning, the Commission just proposed also at the end of September a so-called AI Liability Act. So this is a directive so far. And this means then the member states, this is addressed to the member states, that they should come up with a liability regime for AI. And here, this is something what we need to discuss later on, because it's just out. It's not distributed right now in the parliament. What we also should have in mind that there is, and this has to be discussed in connection or with a link to sandboxes, how we can prepare ourselves, especially in Europe, where we do not have enough data, or where the data protection regulation is limiting the use of data. Here we have to think about how we can enable the business, and also supporting the training of algorithms. And there we have this idea, and the Commission came up with this idea with so-called sandboxes. And because the GDPR is limiting the processing of data in its purpose, and also if you are processing data, you should also only concentrate on the minimum data set. And here we are coming probably to a problem. So the European legislator is expecting a lot from the results of an AI system, especially if I can name only 3 of it, beside of this explainability, robust and secure and in line with GDPR, but also having in mind that these algorithms should not be biased, and also that should be not discriminatory, and it should be gender balanced. And here, for these results, what we have in mind is that you need a lot of personal data. You will massively need data, and especially personal data, to train your algorithms also on these specific points. And the GDPR so far, I would say, are not allowing these. So far, that's why we need to have a kind of a solution. Synthetic data might not all the time lead to what the deployer would have in mind. Of course, you can anonymize data. In health data, probably you have to pseudonymize the data, because at a certain point you need to go back to the patient. But anyway, we need to have something where our business can train the algorithms, and this can be done by these sandboxes. So I'm describing right now all the issues where we should discuss, or what we should discuss, and where we should think about, and so on. And if we are once again thinking on these issues, how a result might look like with these non-biased, non-discriminatory, and gender balance, and so on, here there should be standards will come into the scenery, where we are saying, oh, how to fulfill all these, what we have in mind, that the result of an AI system might be very correct, and so on. And how can we link these with this technology? And this, from my point of view, has to be a standardization program. There is an article into it, I think Article 40 is it, where we are talking about standards, but this, from my point of view, has to be more precise and more concrete insofar that if you're using then this kind of standard, that you are then fulfilling also what we have in mind. Of course, what we are always thinking, and this is something where we are more than less agreeing in the parliament, but some of our political parties are exaggerating these, of course, also, but that we need a kind of a trustworthy AI in practice. This would mean ethical guidelines in a way, so that this is lawful, ethical, robust, and so on, respect for human autonomy, preventing of harm, fairness, applicability, and so on. And this would also then mean human agency or human oversight, privacy, data, or privacy and data governance, transparency, and so on. So this is what we all would have in mind if it's coming to AI. But then, once again, we need also to have kind of a solution in place. And I hope that we can, with these trustworthy AI concept, also convince everyone that if you're deploying your AI system and if you're following these rules, that this then might have a kind of an impact from the beginning. And of course, then we are asking also for a lot of safeguards, obligations, and so on. And this is something where we have a kind of a tendency in having too much bureaucracy probably on board. If you're looking to all these single issues from these Article 9 till Article 51 and so on, where you have the requirements for high-risk AI systems or the obligations for the providers and users of an AI high-risk system, then you might think, oh, this is already too much. But if you're looking to these individually, to each point, then you might say, oh, yes, might be a good point. But here, so far, we do not have a kind of a best balanced situation in our discussion here in the parliament. But that if we are categorizing AI high-risk systems or an AI system as a high-risk system, then of course we need some requirements for this system, and we need also some obligations or safeguards in place. And this might be the risk management, data governance system or structure, and technology, document or technical documentation, the record keeping, transparency, human oversight and accuracy, robustness, and cybersecure. And of course, in all of these points, we can still exaggerate everything, but I hope we can have a kind of a balanced situation, that we are not exaggerating these too much. So what we have done so far on the European level, so this was more than less a kind of an overview to this proposal and where I see potential for discussions. And of course, the digital oversight is also something what we still need to discuss. Normally, I would say I'm not a big fan of a kind of a new European AI agency, but I need more and more the necessity in streamlining various parallel governance systems. So we came up with the Digital Market Act, the Digital Services Act, the Data Governance Act, the AI Act now, and probably also the so-called NIS directive regarding the cybersecurity issues. So, and here we have to ask ourselves in the long run, shouldn't we support a kind of a single EU agency for all digital matters? So if so, should we upgrade one existing entity already, or should we create a new one? So these are some ideas where we have to think about. In the Zurich committee, we talked already about that we, till 2027, we can only have a kind of a solution because of budgetarian problems, that we can only come with a kind of a governance structure, the coordination on the Commission level and the strengthening of the structures in the member states. But what is for all of us very important, or for a majority in the House, let me put it this way, that we need here full harmonization. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense if we are fragmenting ourselves. And here, having in mind also that the European, let's say, data industry or AI industry is so far lagging behind. And that's why we need to come forward with a proposal here, what's also supporting the European industry in a way that we can be a player or play also a role in the developments of AI. And this is what I would like to mention in general. Of course, we have had so-called, I do not know if everyone is accustomed to these expressions, but we have had these shadow meetings, so where all political parties discussing their amendments, and we have had 2 of them already. And so far we tried to align a little bit these amendments, and we have had the discussions about what we are calling now of batch 1 is the situation of notified bodies. This is Article 30 till 39. And we agreed more than less also on this batch 2 on certificates, declaration and conformity issues. And this is covering Article 42, 44 till 50. So these and Annex 8. So this is what we have done in the first Shadows meeting. And the second Shadows meeting, we were also, this is not only what we have done in the first meeting. We discussed also some articles, especially in the derogation from conformity assessment procedure. One part in the parliament would like to delete it at all. We are totally opposing these because we think it's still necessary to have a kind of a situation where we can derogate from these conformity assessment procedures, urgency, the cases, and so on. Then there is also kind of a big discussion regarding Article 54 and 53. We have some problems here, especially probably we are understanding with the sandboxes, every political party something differently. What I have to criticize is that a part of our, more than less probably also a majority in our House, is approaching this AI Act not as a kind of a product regulatory instrument. They are approaching these more than less as a consumer protection right. And this is something where we can't really be satisfied with, because only thinking in protection dimensions will never lead to something where we would say we would like to be a kind of a player. What we are all thinking is, yes, Europe can provide something to the world if we can link values with technology, and especially also here in AI. But of course, knowing we have to be as fast as other regions in the world. And this is something where we are more lacking or creating more problems than necessary. So you see, we have done our start of discussed some of these articles already. And also in these second, sorry, with the light, and with this second round of shadows meeting, we tried also to discuss already the biometric data situation. And here, once again, we have extreme political differences. So I would say, just in general, also probably kind of a majority is saying of facial recognition or predictive policing or using some emotional recognition instruments or something similar has to be deleted or has to be banned. And this is what I personally do not understand, because there are already privacy law in place. There is technology in place what might reduce the infringement of the individual already. Therefore, you don't have to ban everything. And I do not see this as a way forward in being then future orientated and technology open. So you see that, but this is more than less a kind of an ideological fight. If you can use technology and just finding a kind of a less intrusive way forward, or if you're just saying you're banning everything what you don't like. So for us as an EPP group, we are totally not supporting this idea. And but this is still what we have to discuss. But here you can see already, as an industry, you should be aware of this, what we are doing. And if you think this is going in the wrong direction, you have to be very loud. What we also discussed in a way, and this is what we agreed on already in the URI committee, but this doesn't mean that we are taking this over everything for the main rapporteur level. So in so-called the committees LIBE and the IMCO committee, so for internal affairs and for the common market. So this would mean that we probably do not have an exemption, or what we have integrated is an exemption for research, so that these is not part of the AI Act, that we have a an exemption also for B2B, and an exemption for, I've forgotten these, unfortunately, but I will come back to these. But the law enforcement probably also needs a kind of a special treatment. But we have done this with the GDPR, that we have the GDPR for the more than less private situation, and also the situation for law enforcement purposes. And here we are not differentiating these. That's why law enforcement might be integrated. I'm not convinced that this is the right way forward. And probably we are facing with the European Council a little bit another approach of it. And so this is what we have done. And regarding the upcoming process, so far we have in every so-called Strasbourg week one additional shadow meeting, and the technical level is working in the Brussels time. That's why then we will have a kind of a discussion then in Strasbourg about this, what they are preparing here in Brussels. But once again, this is not giving me so far a kind of a signal that what we are doing is going in the right direction. So far, some parties are concentrating too much on protecting and probably not knowing what might be the consequences out of it in digital issues. And therefore, I'm looking to this process so far very critical. It might come to the situation that we are coming to an end with our parliamentary negotiation in March, or that we can vote in April or in then May in the plenary at the end, before in the committees. And at least we should start after the summer break in 2023 with the so-called trilogues, and hopefully then coming to an end to the end of next year. So this is what I can predict right now, or what I try to predict. It depends what results we might have at the end. So for the GDPR, we took our time. I think it has been, it lasted 5 years here in the House. And I consider the AI Act extremely more important than the data protection. It was a core element to start with, yes. But if we are not now catching up with the digital developments, then it might end up for Europe very cruel. So, and this is something what we can't let happen. If you're asking in general, every political group, yes, they will probably say, yes, they are supporting the development in Europe regarding AI. But if it's coming to the specific provisions, then all of a sudden you see that they are more than less orientated in a way to protect everything. So I hope this gives you a kind of a good overview. So we will discuss and further develop everything. So this is under construction in a way, so that I can give you just kind of an overview how it stands today. And I hope this gives you some ideas where the problems are. And I'm asking everyone who is dealing with AI or who is deploying it and trying to get a business model with AI out of it, please be aware what we are doing. And if it's necessary, please be loud.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I think that was a good overview. I mean, for those audiences who are actually joining from other parts of the world, right? I mean, when we listen to you, and this is just, you know, from a perspective from the outside world, it's obviously a very complex set of affairs. I also heard that there's almost, and you were very good in highlighting some of those hot topics or sort of differences that currently exist, you know, the definition being one of them, you know, what is being banned or not, and how we're going to do the assessments. You know, what you think about is it's obviously, and here looking again from the outside, you at the same time also mentioned we have other, you know, legislative acts as well coming out of Brussels. So you talked about the AI Liability Act, you have the Digital Markets Act, AI, you know, and all sorts of things going on. You know, when we look at it from the outside, the question would be, you know, it seems to us also to a certain extent that not everybody is looking at it the same way the EU is. So if you think about it from the US perspective, if you think about it from the Chinese perspective, to a certain extent, also from a Swiss perspective, right? So, I mean, I understand also the vision for the EU is you know, sort of have a Brussels effect of what you're doing. Where does all this stand in terms of AI diplomacy, for example? Because, you know, of course, it's important for us. And what is the EU doing now to ensure that this vision and all this is really going to become a reality and it's going to be adopted by other parts of the world?
This is hard to predict right now. So the idea is, of course, that we will have a kind of a rule in place where we can say, so this is how the European society is dealing with algorithms. There's a kind of a science fiction picture in everyone's head that all of a sudden AI might take over the lead in everything what they have. So I think the best way forward also for the outside of the EU to concentrate more on these standards issue, of course. I hope we can regulate this in a way that also third countries then have the possibility and also coming to these and joining the common market and coming forward to these. I know that the complex situation on the European level in this legislation is not understandable for everyone. But it's probably it's most important that we are coming with this regulation instead of a directive, means full harmonization of fragmented common market. With the directive, more this fragmentation, and with the regulation, you have a harmonized market. So, and this is quite important in digital issues. The idea behind, of course, for me, not for the others probably, but for me is how Europe can survive in digital developments. That's why I'm approaching these more with this idea, how we can enable innovation in a way. And the others are approaching these a bit on this, how we can protect our citizens. And this, of course, has to be balanced. And I hope this is also acceptable from this general and very abstract idea in third countries. But to get a balance politically, it's very hard to get. So, and this is, I hope that we are not coming to a situation where we are delinking ourselves with international standards or ways of how you are or others are approaching the algorithms. We are still convinced that we need some regulation in place, but it should give you also a lot of space for maneuver at the end, and that we are just concentrating on these so-called high-risk AI systems. This might be 15% of what is already, or what might be developed in the future, but you can't be sure if we are getting another approach, then all of a sudden you have 85% in, and then we are totally out of this development.
Well, for the high risk, actually, we have a very interesting question here, because we understand that, how you do, what is going to be high risk or not. There is, of course, discussions around there. And here in the chat, we have somebody sort of saying, why not sort of probably think about following a sandbox kind of approach, even to define who could be high risk or not? Is that something that could be considered? Is that something that is looked at?
Yes. Still, what I try to explain is that to use personal data, this is not really a possibility because of the GDPR. But you will need this personal data for training your algorithms to come to best results. And that's why we then should find a way to provide these data to train your algorithms. And we have there two cases, probably companies, they might have their own data already, and that they can use this with a different purpose than what they have this collected. And the second case might be startups, for instance, who do have anything at all data, and then they need data to train their algorithms in a way. And this, the sandboxes should provide, and also there's a governance in place where you can have then a situation that you can, although you have the GDPR in place, you can have here some exceptions in training. Because of the training, this will be supervised, and you can't take these personal data then outside this sandbox. And this is the idea of the sandbox thing.
Okay. Now, another question, actually, which is coming is also, since we are here at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, a lot of brains and a lot of scientists, computer scientists, professors, and the question really is what are the ways for some of these people to actually get involved hands-on into the political debate and the EU Act? I mean, how is that process working? Because we understand, of course, there's a lot of business input, there is a lot of other input, and I think I would add to this question also one specifically in terms of academia and research and computer scientists and other, probably even smaller companies. So I'd like to have your view on what's happening on that one, like SMEs, startups, plus also computer scientists.
Because on the European level, you have different ways to try to influence or to make yourself heard. So at first, this is a commission when they are initiating what this phase is over already. And now the two legislators, the European Council and the European Parliament, will discuss about the content of this AI Act. And here, of course, in the Parliament, we have now 7 political groups with different approaches or different ideas, but and we have this round who is negotiating these, and here you might have a chance in influencing them and trying to get to discuss these with these MEPs, and that's why you might be heard also and understood. Of course, this is handled differently in these political groups, but this is a chance in saying, oh, what you're doing is going too far, or you have to be aware of this problem, and so on. And of course, the governmental side is more than less that you should also try to influence your government or the governments of the member states of the European Union, and then this might lead to something. So, of course, the associations, the business associations or digital associations here on the European level, also located in Brussels, they are trying their best already. And also some of these bigger companies, they are also trying to influence these. And but you should do this. I know lobbying is always criticized. I see this very necessary, especially in these digital issues, because we are not the experts in doing this. We are trying to be a kind of a legal expert in solving and balancing problems, but in the detail and in the technique and technology, you are the experts, and you have to tell us what is possible and what is not possible, and how we can come forward and how not.
Yeah. Another question, actually, there are 2 questions which are a little bit on the same, and you mentioned it right in your opening remarks when you say, well, the EU AI Act started off as more like a product directive, and now it's becoming more like consumer protection. Now, this is a very ideological question, but at the same time, I mean, people are expecting that protection, and somehow they are looking at the EU AI draft and everything that EU is doing for that. And we've got 2 questions. One basically pretty much a comment saying, well, isn't what the EU trying to do is to protect the humans? And the other one basically saying, what is your view to have, strong human right impact assessment before any AI is really deployed? And shouldn't we be using this for that? So the fact that there is this ideological, my question would be, you've started something, it's sort of kind of become something completely different. And now, and you talked about, and you've got 33,000, how many, 33,000 or 30,000, I don't remember, amendments that have been already proposed. And you still have this timeline, and you want to get over the line. I mean, shouldn't you sort of kind of think back and say, well, at the ideological level, we seem to be having quite a lot of questions, and maybe we can reflect and not just steamroll into something?
Mm-hmm. I agree with what you have said, especially if you're seeing the importance of this act. I would like to take the time for doing this right. And here it seems that the main rapporteurs from both committees are trying to rush through this act. And this is what I do not consider is very helpful, because then you might miss something, or you're going to the wrong side of this or having consequences what we probably do not want, and so on. So yes, you're right. So there should be because you mentioned the assessment in this, I think Article 19, there is the so-called conformity assessment. This should be done especially, but of course, only then if you have an AI high-risk system in place. So it shouldn't be done by every AI system, only for these high-risk ones. And yes, there is a danger that this speed in legislation now leads to different or to negative impacts. And this is what I personally would like to avoid. But what I can't avoid is the approach, the more ideological approach of other political parties. I still have the feeling they are misunderstanding what we are doing. They are just seeing everywhere kind of a danger, instead of, and this is also what we have done with the GDPR, we are giving a kind of a guideline. If you have an AI system in place, and this is high risk, what you then have to do. So the legitimate use of an AI high-risk system, this is then described here. This should be these, what I would say, regulatory or the product regulatory moment, and not trying to avoid or trying to avoid regulatory instruments of how to protect individuals. This is not only the case here. What we should focus on, we should give this guideline. If you would like to have an AI high-risk system in place, then do what we are listing here, and then you are fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, and that just we're running out of time. But I mean, I think I have a lot of questions, even if there are not that many more left here. But we can continue the conversation another time. But the other thing that and I'm just thinking about it from the other people, because this will have, irrespective of whatever we say, if the EU AI Act goes through, it will have an impact for the other parts of the world, including Switzerland, including other parts of the world. And one of the things we are concerned, of course, about, and that's the mindset we have, is how flexible is the legislation, right? So you are going to come up with something, and then you're going to have it down as law. Whilst the technology is just moving, we are going to have a sort of an externality effect in the other parts of the world, and those of us joining us from all different parts of the world. And the question is, how flexible are you planning to be with the technologies?
That's a very good question, and this is what I'm asking all this time in this legislative term already, that the legislator need to be more flexible in digital issues to catch up with the developments. And this is what we already mentioned in the so-called AIDA report. Yes. So this means AI in a digital age and so on. And so therefore we are asking for this. But I see no one so far in preparing the procedures to it. That's why, but this is really a problem, what you are mentioning. If we are not flexible enough in updating these on and on and on, then we are totally outdated. Like what I consider always with the GDPR, after a couple of years, we are seeing new technologies coming up with it. This is creating a lot of problems and different interpretations, and nobody is or the uncertainties what this is creating is not helpful. And that's why I would like to see a kind of a constantly updating of the list of high-risk AI Annex, what is Annex 3 in this act, where we have listed all these bans and what is high risk and what might be considered as, and so on. And you're totally right. If we are not getting the flexibility, then it might be extremely quick outdated.
Right. And I mean, you talk about GDPR, my understanding is that the enforcement has been left to member states, and as a result, maybe not a great solution either in terms of, proliferations. And now we're trying to have an agency. How is that going to be? How is it going to work? I think there are lots of, from the outside, looks like lots of open questions, right? and the timeline you talked about was what, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's all we have time for. I don't know if we have any other questions from the chat. I will just see, because we've had this fantastic day with lots of discussions, but it was really good to hear you, and I'm hoping that we're going to continue the dialogue, and welcome to also our community of experts, and thank you so much and all the best. And we are not necessarily directly a part of the European Union, but of course we're watching very closely, not just from Switzerland, but also all our viewers from the other parts of the world as well, what's going on. So best of luck, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation, and please let us catch up with the newer developments. So whenever you think it's necessary, you're very much welcome.
We'll be reaching out. Thank you so much. I wish you a very nice evening, and thank you for your time.
Yes, you're welcome. All the best to you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Great. So I think that is pretty much bringing us to the close of our very, very interesting day. I am wondering if my colleague Elliot is here, and I think he is. Yes. Elliot, would you be giving some thoughts, some reflections on the day, and then we close up, sure, and I can say a few words for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll let you close, but just a few words beforehand. Thank you, Aisha. That's the end of the third day of the third AI Policy Summit. Many thanks to the panelists today and for the intriguing discussion of all of these deep issues in AI and democracy. It really gets closer to discussions of institutions and philosophy and governance, and it's great that so many topics are touched by this. And normally, one reflection is normally we think about the policy, we think about the policy problems, like the problems with tech and democracy. How there's worries about AI might be used to improperly influence voters, or to manipulate different systems. And I think those worries are well founded, and we had some good discussion of that, violations of privacy and things like this. But on the other hand, I think you see, I like these kind of balanced discussions where you get both sides. In discussions like today's, we can see there's not just problems, but there's this solid and informed response by democratic institutions to these challenges, and the challenges posed by AI and related technologies. And I think that's encouraging to see the other side as well. And as we reflected a bit yesterday, besides building these protections for consumers and citizens, there's this scope for AI tools and the knowledge and related developments to power up the policy-making process. So in particular, hats off to the politicians who have joined today to hear inputs from stakeholders in the community. That's so great. And now I'll turn it back to Aisha, and I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow in Zurich, either in person or via the stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Thank you so much. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you for the fantastic panel discussions, to our moderators, to all our panelists, speakers. It's really been a great pleasure for us. Just a few reflections I had as well, and I'd stated before in the initial remarks also, beginning of our summit. So our main aim really was and remains to help you to better understand the role and responsibilities of key actors for AI governance, to develop a shared vision of a digital society based on the Swiss values of liberal, but also a responsible society, and to understand better where and how we can engage so this vision really becomes a reality. So I hope that you've been able to gather some tangible insights from the discussions so far, which will, of course, help you, we hope, as a business leader, an academic, public servant, and of course, most importantly, as a citizen, to contribute to this journey together. So with this, I will now announce, in fact, the end of day 3 of the AI Policy Summit. Please note that we start tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Swiss time for our hybrid session, which will be taking place here at ETH Zurich's main campus building. I urge you to please check out the full agenda of the conference on our website, which will give you a complete overview of the discussions for tomorrow, where we will be exploring, in fact, the last 2 themes of this year, which are AI and future of work, and how we can build bridges between regions and stakeholders to ensure that AI serves us all without infringing on our fundamental rights. So we also have some exciting keynotes tomorrow on AI policy, also in the EU, but also actions that are underway on this topic in Africa, in Switzerland, and many other parts of the world. So please do join us tomorrow. The online, you can also still join. It's a hybrid event. And with that, I wish you a fantastic day, and I will hope to see you tomorrow. All the best. Thank you.